both in the audience and sitting at the table, to turn cell phones to silent or stun. And members, please make sure anything that's has a communication function, either turn it off or take it off the table so we can avoid feedback. Board members will be using tablets and PCs to access board materials. I think for those of you who have been here before understand that. This is an official meeting of the Medical Board of California, and we will do our best to conduct our business in a timely and efficient way. We have dedicated time on the agenda for public comment, and we'll ask for public comment on each agenda item. I'm going to ask that, and we're going to enforce with our little stoplight a 3-minute time limit for each speaker so that we can in fact get through the business of the board. And if I do forget to ask for public comment, my trustworthy attorney here has a sharp right elbow, which she will poke me with. And please, if I would ask that those of you who have an interest in speaking, please fill out a speaker slip before you speak and give it to Ms. Lisa Toof, who's sitting up at the front table. And if the spirit moves you and you want to speak and haven't previously filled one out, I'd ask that you fill one out after you speak so we're able to provide a complete record of speakers on the agenda. And Ms. Toof, I'm going to ask you to call the roll, and I will say that our plan is to end, I need to move from hope to plan, to end the meeting at 4:30 today so people can catch their flights and make their travel arrangements. Ms. Toof.
Dr. Bishop?
Here.
Dr. Diego?
Here.
Dr. Gonadev?
Here.
Dr. Lowe?
Here.
Ms. Pines?
Here.
Dr. Solmonson?
Here.
Ms. Shipsky? Mr. Serrano-Sewell? Mr. Tagami? Ms. Yaroslavsky?
Present.
Dr. Yip?
Here.
And Dr. Levine?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a quorum, and we'll begin with public comments on items not on the agenda. I have one speaker slip. 2? 3. Okay. Jean-Yves, please.
Bonjour, Geneviève Clavral. I have an issue, and I'm not quite sure it comes under your jurisdiction. Under workman's comp, patients are allowed to see an AME who, is a neutral physician party. And what's going on is that those physicians take about 3 months, sometimes more, to write the report. And it's very obvious that, I don't know about you, but I was a nurse for many, many years. There's no way I could have recalled specific about a patient months after I had seen them. And that's becoming a huge issue. And I just wonder what can be done, and if it is under your jurisdiction, or to whom I should talk to make that happen. Like an example, my hands are so swollen I cannot even button my clothes. But the AME said, oh, no swelling whatsoever. And that's happened all the time. And it's not because that doctor is a bad doctor. It's because he has so many patients and it takes so long. Maybe we could require that they do, electric health reports. So it's up to date. So let me know where should I go from here.
And you're talking about the workman's comp reports?
Yes.
I believe that would probably fall under workman's comp to require a certain set of time for the physician to reply to them. So you may want to take that issue up with them.
I will do that also, but it's also under medical practice. How can a physician, in all good faith, do a report? I would say sometimes it's 6 months, but let's say we can say 3 months since he had seen that patient. It's just no way possible, I think, humanly possible to do.
And he's not providing
That's part of, I think personally that's malpractice.
Okay.
Thank you. Karen Ehrlich?
Good morning. Karen Ehrlich. I am a midwife in California. Some of us have been, I'm speaking about the webcasting of the medical board meetings and then the posting of those meetings on the medical board website. And some of us have tried to gain access to the postings and have found that in order to view a certain section of the meeting, we have to view the entire meeting. I would like a suggestion to your IT staff that they be chaptered so that each agenda item has a chapter and we can fast forward to whichever chapters we want to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Frank Cuny?
Good morning. My name is Frank Cooney. I'm with California Citizens for Health Freedom. And first, I wanted to thank the board for their action they took in not opposing our bill, SB 117, which is the cancer control, which is a bill that will make integrative treatment of cancer legal in California. The second thing, if any of you would like more information on alternative treatment of cancer, I'd be happy to send it to you. If you give the list to your executive director, I will see to it that they are being sent to you. The same type of information that will be sent to the legislators. I think you'll find it very informative and very helpful for you to get a greater understanding of what alternative medicine is all about on that process. As usual, I brought some fruit for you, some poulots over there. You're most welcome to them. And I'll have to leave the meeting early. I have somebody in the hospital that's looking for a visit. So my apologies for having to leave it, but I did want to say hello and thank you and ask for your cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Cuny, and thank you for upgrading the quality of our snacks.
Nutrition Committee is very appreciative as well.
Yes. Tina Manassi?
Good morning, Madam President and board members. Tina Manassi, California patient advocate and survivor. In 2002, I sustained injuries from a surgery that I was never a candidate of, and to date, I still suffer from the effects. In 2004, I discovered my doctor was in a secret diversion program, and in 2005, I learned of the medical board and filed a complaint, along with countless of other victims. 2.5 years later, in 2007, the board found him negligent. During the same year, I attended my very first board meeting, and this was the first time the board learned of a patient injured by a doctor in diversion. I see a few of those members are still here. Many of these victims attended board meetings with me and testified and pleaded with the board to abolish diversion. Diversion was one of the many issues that we had at the time, but it was our highest priority. Sadly, some of these patient advocate warriors are no longer with us, but their memories will live forever in my heart and mine. Shortly after our testimonies in 2007, the board unanimously voted to shut down the 25-year diversion program, a victory I will never forget and a very hard lesson for the board. In 2009, 7 years after my injuries and numerous patient complaints, our doctor finally lost his license. I continue to attend as many board meetings as I can and testify on issues that I believe help consumers. For example, disclosures in doctors' offices of who NBC is and teleconferencing, to name a few. We were told that teleconferencing would never happen, but it did, thanks to this board. I definitely see the difference with this board compared to the others I've seen in the past 10 years. One very special moment was when Dr. Ganadev came up to me at a restaurant and shook my hand and thanked me for attending and testifying. I really appreciate this board and see the changes you're trying to make. Thank you for your service and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to agenda item 17, and that is update on the Education and Wellness Committee meeting on July 17th and consideration of committee recommendations. Ms. Yaroslavsky.
Thank you very much. The committee held the working group meeting as required by SB 380, Rod Wright's Bill, Chapter 236, Statutes of 2011. It was signed into law in 2011, was sponsored by the California Academy of Preventive Medicine, and requires the board to convene a working group of interested parties to discuss nutrition and lifestyle behavior for prevention and treatment of chronic diseases at its quarterly board meeting within 3 years of the bill becoming effective. The meeting was broken down into 3 portions, and the working group members included 7 physicians that were recommended by the author's office, and the sponsor, and Julie Hopkins from the Institute for Medical Quality. Stan Diorio, who I think is also with us today, from Senator Wright's office, also attended the meeting. The first portion of the working group focused on the background and science of changes in nutrition and lifestyle behavior in the prevention of chronic diseases. Dr. John McDougall gave an informative presentation on the effects of diet therapy and nutrition on the prevention of chronic diseases, and 6 other physicians provided information on this subject matter. The next portion focused on a continuing medical education and the process of CME to be approved, and the information on existing CME courses relating to prevention of chronic diseases by nutrition and lifestyle behavior changes. There were some working group members who advocated for mandatory CME. Lastly, the third portion focused on the mandate in the bill that requires the board to periodically disseminate information and educational materials regarding the prevention and treatment of chronic disease by application of changes in nutrition and lifestyle behavior to each licensed physician and surgeon, and to each general acute care hospital in California. It was discussed that there is already some good information available for physicians to use as resources, and for the board to possibly disseminate to all physicians via the newsletter or email blast. The California Department of Public Health has a Let's Get Healthy California report and is working on finalizing a wellness plan for California. The American College of Lifestyle Medicine has published the Physician Competency for Prescribing Lifestyles Medicine as well in the Journal of American Medical Association's journal. It was suggested that the board survey physicians to obtain information on what information would be most useful in their practice. It was also suggested that the board reach out to medical schools to get information on what is being taught to medical students regarding nutrition and lifestyle behavior changes to prevent chronic diseases. Much discussion focused around the possibility of a coordinated campaign that the medical board could be part of and collaborate with other agencies such as CDPH and CMA. Ms. Shipsky made a motion that was approved by the committee to appoint a task force of members to work with staff on its outcomes of this meeting. The committee directed staff to develop an action plan, and this plan will be presented at the next Education and Wellness Committee. The committee would, then revisited the issue of creating a mission statement for the Education and Wellness Committee. The following mission statement was developed. The mission of the Education and Wellness Committee is to actively pursue opportunities to educate the public on functions and responsibilities of the board, to protect the public by continuing to provide updated and current information regarding the board's laws, regulations, and relevant healthcare information to physicians and the public, and to encourage physicians to maintain a sound balance in their personal and professional lives so that they can offer quality care to their patients. Proposed goals were also discussed, and the Public Affairs Manager, Cassandra Hawkinson, will provide these at our next committee meeting. An update on the Public Affairs Strategic Plan was presented by Ms. Hawkinson as well. Social media was discussed, and committee members were provided a copy of the IT policy letter from the Office of State CIO, which encourages state agencies to use social media technologies to engage their customers and employees. It also provided state policies and guidelines. Ms. Hawkinson discussed the new look of the board's press releases on our website, which will now be in PDF form and prominently displayed upon release on the main page. In addition, the board has partnered with the Department of Consumer Affairs to utilize the Media Hub, which provides an up-to-date information to media contacts and other databases for purposes of distribution of information and press releases. Ms. Hawkinson reported that the board participated in a successful consumer outreach event, a health fair at the Franchise Tax Board. Thousands attended and asked questions and picked up consumer brochures about the board. Ms. Hawkinson indicated the board has also been invited to several other outreach events the Public Affairs Office staff hopes to attend. The committee was treated to a preview of the new website by Charlotte Clark and Sean Henney and from the Information Systems Branch. The goal of the new website is to be more user-friendly, intuitive, and informative. Input on the website was obtained from the committee members, and the board staff plans on getting input from consumer groups and Ms. Shipsky's Healthcare Administration students. The next committee meeting will be to review the goals and go along with the mission statement. Ms. Hawkinson will make a full presentation on social media, and SB 380 action plan will be presented. An update on the Affordable Care Act will be provided. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any questions from members of the board for Ms. Yaroslavsky? If not, I have one slip. Mr. Standora,
Good morning. My name's Stan Diorio. I'm Legislative Director for Senator Roderick Wright, author of SB 380. First of all, I want to thank the board members, and particularly Michelle Slosky, for the time, in addition to your staff, Ms. Simones, who's been tremendous in working with our office on this. We really appreciate it. SB 380 was designed to try to begin a dialogue that hopefully you will take the leadership on to move the paradigm in medical care from one of treatment to one of curing, at least in the areas of chronic diseases. I would make two suggestions, if I could, to the board. Number one is to consider keeping the working group together as an advisory body of some sort. They are highly qualified experts in California, some of them even in the nation, and they're very interested in providing whatever service and help they can to you. Number two, I would humbly ask that each member of this board take the time to look at the webinar on the presentation that was made. It's about an hour, and/or invite Dr. McDougall to come in and make the presentation yourself. As an attorney, I found the presentation and the information presented by the work group both profound and compelling. This was not a discussion about make sure you eat your fruits and vegetables and don't smoke. This was a very compelling case that the problems of chronic diseases in this country and the world are a function of the food we eat. And the solution to that is the foods we eat. The data was just overwhelming. It's not to say it's an easy thing to do, but it is an important one. And I'll never forget what Dr. McDougall said at the end. He said, doctors are frustrated because all they're doing is treating patients, writing prescriptions, and not curing people. The information, the research, the data that was presented at the subcommittee talked about cures without any question. So I hope you will take the opportunity to use 380 and anything our office can do to help you to move forward on this, to take the leadership in the United States. You do have some authority to review under 2004, to review the quality of medical practices in California. If you need more authority, I'm certainly would like to help you on that, but please take this as an opportunity to take some leadership. It's an incredibly, incredibly important issue. Doing the same things we're doing is not curing the people in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Tina Manassian?
Tina Manassian, I'm here on behalf of the Consumers Union Safe Patient Project, a nationwide campaign that's organizing patient safety advocates from across the state of California as the California Safe Patient Network. We were unable to attend Wednesday's Education and Wellness Committee meeting, but we see from the staff report that the committee's new strategic plan is meant to promote better outreach and communications to consumers and others. Consumers Union California Safe Patient Network activists have found some medical board communication and communication policies to be problematic. For example, for almost 2 years, we've been apprising medical board and DCA staff and medical board members about very serious consequential problems regarding the medical board's communication to patients about its particularly convoluted statute of limitations. When the statute of limitation in a case runs out, it can have the impact of allowing violating physicians to continue to practice without discipline. We are aware that the medical board may find an extreme departure and yet close the case because the statute of limitation has run. The NBC Sunset Review report in 2012 identifies 7 cases where an investigation had been completed. The matter had been referred to the Attorney General's office with a request to file an accusation against the physician, and the case was dropped because the statute of limitations had run out. We believe the medical board should put in place communications and processes to guard against this happening and to be sure that consumers are as well informed as possible about the statute of limitations. Despite specific and repeated suggestions about how the medical board may clean up its poor communications around this important issue, little has changed. We recommend that the medical board instruct its staff to work with the Consumers Union Safe Patient Project to improve the board's communication regarding its statute of limitations. We also urge the Medical Board to make clear and prominent on its website the opportunities and rules for public participation in Medical Board meetings, including how to submit written testimony to board members. Post on its website a deadline shortly before subcommittee and board meetings by which members of the public may submit written testimony that will be forwarded to the board members prior to the meeting. Provide on its website a link to all testimony and other written correspondence directed to the Medical Board, except, of course, those that are confidential in nature. Use social media to communicate with the public. In its July 17 memo to the Education and Wellness Committee, staff points to efforts being made to consider the use of social media, such as Twitter, as a means to reach out to students and graduates. The use of social media, including Twitter and Facebook, could be very effective in keeping the public up to date on medical board matters. Thank you for your attention to these important matters.
Thank you. Anyone else want to comment on make a comment or question? If not, then let's move on to item 18, agenda item 18. Is Dr. Nuovo here?
Yes. Yeah, he's here.
He's hidden in the back. Mr. Warden and Dr. Nuovo. And this is discussion and consideration of Queensland Ochsner Medical School application for recognition.
Okay. If you could please turn in your packet to pages BRD 18, 1 through 8. We're here to do our preliminary review of the request by the University of Queensland's Ochsner Clinical School Program for recognition under California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Division 13, Section 1314.1A2. The University of Queensland is already recognized by the board pursuant to California Code of Regulations 1314.1A1. as the school is owned and operated by the government of Australia. However, the partnership between Queensland and Oxnard is not part of that because the primary purpose of that program is to educate the citizens of the United States or other citizens to practice in other countries. Staff has determined that the University of Queensland Oxnard, it does meet the criteria to be reviewed by the code sections and standards of 1314.1A2 and the requirements of Business and Professions Codes 2089 and 2089.5. The staff report is on pages 1 through 3, and Dr. Nuovo's report is on pages 4 through 8. Dr. Nuovo is here to present his evaluation of UQO and to answer any of the board's questions. In addition, we have Dr. William Pinsky, who is the Executive Vice President of Academics and Ochsner's International Chief Medical Officer. He is here to represent University of Queensland's Ochsner and is available to answer board members' questions.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Jim Nuovo. I'm a professor and associate dean of graduate medical education at UC Davis. This represents, as an aside, the 6th review of such a proposal from an international school that I participated in. Very briefly, the process is that the school submits a self-study, which includes many binders and flash drive information. And I promise I've reviewed every single page of every single document that the school sent to me. That resulted in a series of questions which we submitted back to the school, and they responded. And then subsequently we had a meeting with Dr. Pinsky, I think in May of this year, to have further discussion. That led to my summary report, which I hope will be helpful in guiding you through what I learned from reading those binders and flash drive information and having the school respond to questions. I think just in brief summary, this proposal represents a substantial effort to train U.S. citizens and to prepare them to enter graduate medical education programs in this country. The 2 years of basic science training, the preclinical years are done in Queensland. 2 years are done within the Oxnard Health System. Ultimately, there'll be a total of 480 students enrolled in this program, and that is a substantial effort. I'm not using a comparison in good or bad, but just to say this is 20% larger than the school that I represent, UC Davis. So this is a big proposal and a big effort, and one of the key themes is there sufficient infrastructure for resources, for oversight, to ensure that those 480 students are indeed competent and capable of moving to the next level of their training. Ultimately, my suggestion is that in this review is that a site visit needs to be conducted to address the primary concerns. I've highlighted those, and they really apply to whether the home site in Queensland has the facilities and the resources necessary to train a cohort this large and to provide adequate oversight. And the same thing applies to Oxnard. Now, Queensland and Oxnard both have a long track record of training in undergraduate and graduate medical education. But again, the scale of this is quite substantial. The other concern that came up in my review is the admissions process. The admissions process I described in some detail, but one of the key concerns was that there was no interview of applicants for the program. This is a substantial departure from the process that all U.S. and Canadian schools use in their determination as to whether an applicant is eligible for admission into the program. And that, along with some questions about background checks and so forth, led me to my conclusions that I was not confident that the self-study documents demonstrated compliance with Section 1314.1, Item 8. In the final analysis, I believe that this does require a site visit. I understand the logistic issues that come in going to New Orleans and then going to Queensland. My suggestion to the board is that a site visit team be allowed to first assess the New Orleans site and then to come to a determination as to whether it's necessary to do a site visit at the Queensland campus. Again, the key things that will be looked at during this site visit will be resources, oversight, and some of the other elements that go into processes such as how the school deals with corrective actions for students who are not performing according to standards. So that is very briefly a summary of my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Yes?
How many students does the Queensland school currently have?
Well, when I read the report, and I believe I include, in 2010, I believe there were 1,770 students.
Okay.
And I'm assuming this is 480 in addition to that, which again, even for the main campus, that's what led me to the concern for, are there enough resources? That is I don't have my calculator in front of me, but that's 25% or so increase, and that would require an infrastructure.
If it's a four-year school, is that 1,700 or 1,700 per year, and they're adding 400 per year? I mean,
my impression was that 1,770 was the total student complement. I might be wrong. Dr. Pinsky can answer that question.
okay. And do they interview their current students? So this is a new thing to eliminate the interview?
My understanding is the main campus does not perform interviews.
Currently, even.
Correct. The former dean of the school actually has an article that I reviewed as to his justification for not performing interviews. Frankly, I disagree with the conclusions of that article and feel that it is unwise to not use the interview process as a means of screening students for communication skills, motivation for medicine, and so forth, the other things that you gain at looking at a student an applicant during the interview process.
Dr. Nuova, presumably, or question, the 480 is divided among 4 years? Is that-
Correct, 120 per each year.
So would the second or the third and fourth year students ever return to Queensland, or would all of their time be spent in Louisiana? Because then it's only 240 over a denominator of 1770.
Right. There is some return requirements, and off the top of my head, I'm forgetting exactly what the return requirements are. I believe they come back during their clinical years for a rotation or some activities in Australia.
Dr. Lowe?
Dr. Novo, is this a proprietary medical school?
I'm not sure what you...
I mean, is it for profit?
Well, Dr. Pinsky is better at explaining that, but they're under the guidance of an authorizing body, of a governmental body from Australia. So I think Medical Council of Australia. I'm forgetting the exact name of it, but they do have requirements that are.
So why doesn't Ochsner Clinic just start their own medical school, like the Mayo Clinic or Cleveland Clinic or whatever? You know, it's a large health system. If they're going to train the third and fourth years here anyway, why don't they just start their first 2 years, which is the least expensive?
I can't answer that question, Dr. Lowe. I think Dr. Pinsky would be the one who would have to answer that question.
Let Dr. Pinsky respond, and then.
Okay.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to be here and help clarify some issues. A couple of things. Number one is University of Queensland is a state school of the state of Queensland, just like a state school in California or Louisiana or wherever else. Ochsner Health System is a tax-exempt 501c3 nonprofit organization. So in terms of that question, the students or the University of Queensland program is accredited by the Australian Medical Council, which is analogous to the LCME. In my prior lifetime, when I was in the dean's office at Wayne State University, I was a site visitor for the LCME, and I can tell you it's the same lovable, onerous process that we've all gone through with LCME as well. So the curriculum, admission policies, all policies regarding students are uniform throughout the program because they're part of the accredited program. So we have basically recreated an infrastructure for medical school in New Orleans with Office of Student Affairs, Curriculum Office, those sorts of things, as well as a pretty robust faculty development program. We entertained the question about why didn't we just start our own U.S. school. We entertained that, and actually several factors brought us to Queensland. Number one, we were introduced to this opportunity by Jordy Cohen, who some of you may know, who is a past president and CEO of the AAMC. And we realized, or we learned, that University of Queensland is a top university in the world, frequently ranked anywhere from 30th to 70th or 75th in global rankings of universities, including medical schools. And we recognize that these are frequently beauty contests, but there is some merit in the ranking. Plus, we were looking for a research partner, and University of Queensland has on an average $400 million of extramural support on an annual basis. You know, we have basic research at Ochsner. Our basic research is not probably of the type that would lend itself to teaching basic sciences, which is the other consideration. In not being a full university ourselves, we felt the investment to grow the research component would be onerous in terms of capital investment. And this is what led us to take the very unorthodox approach to develop a global partnership with University of Queensland. From a facility perspective in Queensland, although the student body is large, and I'll admit to you as well that I was taken aback by that. When I was in the dean's office in Detroit at Wayne State, at that time we had the largest single campus medical school in the country, which was 265 students per class. And that was a real management issue. And so I was concerned about the same issues that you're talking about. And it was only after getting to know the people, see how the processes work, and then the fact that the students are in PBLs, problem-based learning groups, which is 10 to 12 students, primarily during their first 2 years, so they're not like in large groups of students. And these groups are integrated. It's not Australian students in one group, American students in another. Everybody's integrated together. And that there has been, to my surprise, sort of a side benefit of the global interaction in how the students have learned from each other. I hope that wasn't too long, but I just wanted to answer as much as I could.
Dr. Gnanadev, thank you.
I have one question. Is the students are, you said they're integrated. Is the tuition similar to what the Australian students pay versus the U.S. students?
Yeah, so the tuition, it's like any other state school. So they're paying out-of-state tuition, out-of-country tuition. So the Queensland government subsidizes the tuition for the residents of Queensland. The tuition, I think the tuition for the current year students is either $52,000 or $53,000 a year, which to me it certainly sounds like an awful lot of money, but it's actually right at the mean or slightly below the mean of private schools in the United States. That's not how we set the tuition. We really set the tuition at what our expenses are and what we needed in terms of resources to continue to reinvest in the program.
What's the tuition for the Queensland students? I'm just trying to see the subsidy is.
Yeah, so don't, I'll tell you a number I think it is, but don't hold me to it. I think it's somewhere around $13,000 or $15,000 a year.
Is financial aid available to U.S. students who matriculate?
Yeah, so they're eligible to the federal loans that other students are. University of Queensland is fully qualified for that. We've begun a very small, and I'll underline small because it's initial efforts in development of scholarship funds for the students. That's one of our target areas. Actually, University of Queensland recently opened an office in Washington, D.C. I don't want to say it's primarily because of our partnership, but we certainly contributed to the need for that and are actively raising money for various activities, including scholarships.
Ms. Yaroslavsky and then Dr. Yip.
So, Dr. Novo, looking at, and let's go back to your report here. How is this going to affect currently what's going on with slots for American students? Are these slots that they're going to use for their training going to take away from U.S. citizens that are being trained in U.S. schools?
Slots, you mean for graduate medical education training? Well, that's a great question because we really do have a pending crisis in that over the past years, there has been a substantial effort to increase the size of U.S. Classes in U.S. medical schools, to establish new U.S. medical schools, and there have been similarly an increase in the number of osteopathic schools in this country. We are finding now, and graduate medical education positions, which are heavily funded by CMS money, has not increased at all since a freeze occurred in
1997.
90-something.
So what we're facing, and this has been published in the New England Journal and other forums, the ACGME, AAMC, other prestigious organizations have weighed in, and what we're seeing is that there will be more and more U.S. students unable to find any graduate medical education training. Approximately 2 years ago, there were about 200 or so U.S. students who couldn't get into an internship or residency position. This past year, that number doubled into I believe it was about 580 students. Next year, it's going to be worse. And that's the frustration, is that we will have more and more situations like this, in that we've been increasing the pipeline for undergraduate medical education, but graduate medical education has stayed the same. In fact, we're under, again, my job, Associate Dean of Graduate Medical Education, I promise you, I am under intense pressure to downsize GME positions, as my colleagues are across the country, simply because those who fund graduate medical education are saying, we can't afford this, so you're going to need to get a smaller. That is a crisis and needs to be addressed, and there are a lot of efforts that are undergoing to try to fix this, but there are no clear pathways to increasing the complement of graduate medical education positions. So sorry, I could go on for hours,
No,
but
that was,
there's my
I'll have more
brief
questions, don't worry.
explanation of
Dr.
that
Yip?
circumstance.
Dr. Yip?
That's actually part of my question. I see the OHS has 27 training program. Is there any promise % of this graduate may get into those training programs so that, as our colleague bring up, there could be a problem. The graduate know where to go.
Yeah, Dr. Pinsky will have to answer that. Frankly, promise, you can't, the way the match works and so forth, you can't promise people positions. I mean, it goes through a process
is there any plan
called
to
the match.
allocate
But Dr. Pinsky better answer that element of it.
So one of the motivating factors for us to want to have our own program was to we're an integrated academic health system. So we have now 9 hospitals, 38 clinics with an electronic record. And so we're a very well integrated, high quality, low cost system. And we feel that if we have students that can spend a significant amount of time with us, they will not only learn about surgery, pediatrics, et cetera, but they'll learn the way we practice medicine. And by having the students there for a significant amount of time, we'll know who the stars are, be able to recruit the stars into our programs, and then if they do well, hopefully retain them as our faculty. So it is, a sense, workforce regeneration for us as well as it is for New Orleans and Louisiana. I just want to remind everybody, but to be eligible for our program, a student needs to be a U.S. citizen. So this program is just for U.S. citizens. In fact, we have 325 house staff in total. And over the next few years, we're going to be one of the unusual health systems because we're going to be expanding our residency programs probably by about 15% over the next few years. I mean, Dr. Nuovo is exactly right in terms of the crisis we have. I'm on the ACGME board, which is the oversight board for the 9,000 residency programs in this country. And this is a major topic that we continually to discuss. Our approach at Ochsner is looking for non-traditional funding sources, and that's how we're attempting to increase the number of positions for U.S. students in our residency program.
Dr. Gnanadev?
I think you partially answered my question, but it is about the residency programs. Are you capped out already, so anytime you expand, you got to bear the burden, or do you have out of 9 hospitals which never had a residency program where you have 5 years from the day one to where you will get the new cap from CMS? So have you looked into all that?
Yeah.
In my mind, unless you look at creating new residency spots, just medical school alone doesn't add much value. If you can create new residency spot in a hospital which never had residents before, where CMS looks at them to really create a new cap for that hospital, then it adds a lot of value.
Yeah, that's a good point that you raised, and the short answer is yes. So we're one of our hospitals that we acquired a few years ago has never had a residency program, and it's in a suburb that borders a rural area. And so we're investigating right now to start a family medicine program there because we don't have our own family medicine program as an example of that.
Ms. Yaroslavsky and then Dr. Yip.
So the original class had 12 students, okay, and now you're proposing to go to 480 students.
Well, the 480 is
Reading?
total over 4 years. So
So it's 120 per year?
Our goal is to get to a steady state of 120 students per class. Last year, we admitted 103, I believe, in the first-year class.
So my concern then becomes the admission requirements. And looking at the admission requirements that you've got listed here, it doesn't say, and I don't know what admission requirements are in general, but they looked a bit to me like pretty low. Is that
That's a requirement to have an application accepted. So if we look at the GPA and MCAT scores, if that's what you're going toward,
right.
If we look at the progression over the now 5 classes that we've admitted, our GPA, the mean GPA is right around 3.6. Our MCAT scores are right around 29 in terms of where we are right now, with ranges probably from 27 to 40 is what I would guess on the range of those.
So what's printed here is incorrect. Is that what I'm
I think that the data, well, that's what's printed there, I think, is what the requirement would be to receive an application. It doesn't mean that they're accepted.
What I put in my report was quoting the section on admissions criteria from the binder that I received.
Right.
So that
So
what I'm reading is 2.67.
Yeah, so in practice, somebody could have a GPA of 2.6. That does not mean they're going to get admitted. It means it will accept their application. I don't think we've had anybody admitted with a GPA below 3.2.
How is this going to affect the Tulane and the Louisiana state schools? Because, I mean, to be honest with you, it sounds like you have figured out a creative way for funding. At the same time, there's going to be a tremendous burden on the national issues that we have here in the United States, but more locally, what's going to happen to the state students from Louisiana?
So remember, our goal is to graduate more doctors in this country. I mean, that's the mandate. I mean, that the AAMC gave to UC Davis, gave to us at Wayne State when I was there, and that's why we have new medical schools opening up. The issue that's out there that has been difficult to deal with because of federal funding, because the CMS funds the majority of the residency and fellowship positions in this country, is that's where the chokehold is. If we can graduate more students in New Orleans and Louisiana, that's a benefit for our state. In fact, probably about, I would say about 15% of each of the classes are California students. Which is one of the reasons we're interested for the recognition here, so they can come back to California for residency and subsequently practice. We have a long-standing history of teaching students for both LSU and Tulane. At any given time, 60% of the 3rd and 4th year students from Tulane could be at Oxnard, probably about 35 to 40% of the 3rd and 4th year students for LSU. Oxnard is a significant part of the LCME accreditation for both of those schools. Both of the deans, the leadership of the schools, have been apprised of what we were doing since we started. And we also have a commitment to continue to partner with them in the teaching of their medical students as well. I mean, at the end of the day, we probably have done more faculty development since we had the partnership with the University of Queensland than we have since we've been partnered or associated with LSU and Tulane.
I'd like to comment on this because I think you bring up a great point, and this is a real challenge for not all, but many U.S. medical schools. It was particularly an issue in New York in terms of offshore schools displacing U.S. Students from training opportunities in New York City and the general area. And it came over economics, in that the offshore schools were paying roughly $400 to $500 per student per week, and some of the schools establishing long-term contracts that were quite lucrative, to be honest.
I just want to emphasize this point because I heard this directly from New York people in the healthcare profession. I mean, this I heard with my own ears. So it's definitely not only going through the professional situation, but it's coming out from the community.
And it's not just New York. We just faced that ourselves with Kaiser. Kaiser now has a relationship with the Drexel Medical School in Philadelphia, in which they now accept 13 students on a regular basis from there for a fee, and which has now displaced UC Davis students from opportunities at Kaiser, which has long-term implications on whether we can sustain the size of the classes that we have because of training opportunities. So yes, this is an issue that New York has seen much more intensely than we have, but I believe it's going across the country in other institutions.
Dr. Pinsky, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I just want to make it clear that this is not, the driver for us to do this partnership is not economics. The money that we receive as part of the tuition goes to reinvest in our academics. Our teaching of Tulane and LSU medical students has no compensation for it, as is the case around the country, generally speaking. The drivers for us to do this were, number one is we felt that if we were partnered with a top 5, top 10 medical school, and in fact we came very close to doing this partnership, same type of partnership with Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, where I used to be on the faculty, before Jordy Cohn contacted us about this opportunity. So it wasn't that we were looking outside the country, it became the best opportunity. So the points that we were working off of in terms of our goals were to partner with a top medical school and university, because we felt that would help us recruit and retain the kind of faculty that we want to have at Oxnard. It would give us the opportunity to work with students that I mentioned before, to integrate them into our health system, and then be able to recruit them onto our staff, as well as to partner in translational research. You know, we have over 1.6 million patient contacts annually, and we're with a great infrastructure for clinical research in terms of an IRB, data mining, that sort of thing. And if we could partner with a research university, then we felt that that would also be a way to advance medical knowledge. But the economic issues were absolutely not a driver in this.
Dr. Salmonson?
Well, maybe I'm the most naive person in the room, but it just seems to me that this is brilliant and that you've got an established school. It seems like when we look at the international schools, it's such a worrisome thing about the self-report. But here it seems that we have a school that has such a track record. So I personally think it seems like a very nice partnership. And I understand all these other factors, and yet we have so many students looking for spots that are going to really these obscure schools that aren't even recognized, and then trying to get a license through this alternative pathway that was created by legislation. So to me, to have them get their primary, basic science years at an established school, a state school that's got a track record, I think sounds refreshing. And the lack of an interview, perhaps you might want to reconsider that if that seems to be a barrier, so that we have consistency.
Yeah. And we are. We're looking into that. You know, it's interesting. It's not the tradition or not the culture in Australia to interview. I think there's only 3 medical schools that do any type of interviews in Australia. And again, the accrediting body, the Australian Medical Council, has not, acted on that. But knowing what the culture and expectations are in North America, the University of Queensland leadership is very open to considering this. And we've already had several conferences about this, and I'm going to be there in 2 weeks where we're going to talk more about it.
So, so I think what we have before us is a proposal with recommendations from Dr. Nuovo to proceed with an interview. Let me just finish. A site visit in New Orleans, and assuming that the concerns are satisfied, then probably because of the size and scope of this, it may require a site visit to Queensland to actually look at the facilities, the campus, and ensure that they can accommodate this. We've also had a very interesting discussion about the larger public policy issues facing the country, which is the growing gap between the need for physicians, the capacity to expand medical school slots, and the growing gap in the funding for graduate medical education, which we can't solve. So I just want to be sure that we're focused on the task before us, which is voting on Dr. Nuovo's recommendation to proceed with a site visit, to Louisiana, and to ensure that the concerns raised in his report are addressed during that process, and then come back with a report on that visit. We'll put together a team, assuming as we've done in the past, and a report on the site visit to Louisiana, and then a subsequent decision. I just want
I understand it real clearly. I just want to make sure that part of that discussion is going to be on the facilities available.
Yes, of course.
Size-wise and competency. I don't want to hear that back that it's all being done by teleconferencing.
No, of
No,
course.
it's not.
Of course.
I make that motion, Mayor.
But yeah, we've got 4 hands, so Dr. Salmonson, Dr. Yip, Dr. Ganadev.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure, do all schools get a site visit that we're considering?
Not every school has had a site visit. Most of the schools that are have had site visits that are under this pathway. So there have been some exceptions with some of the European schools where we did not do a site visit. Also, but for most other international schools that we were to be doing this before, we have done site visits. The last school we did that for was the American University of Antigua.
Because I thought when it was a state school in the country where their goal had been educating their own citizens, that that was one that didn't necessarily get the site visit, but perhaps I misunderstood.
No, that's been some of our criteria for it. I think Dr.
Okay.
Nuevo's concern is this is such a large enrollment increase for their school. And even though that when they partnered with Oxnard and the Australian Medical Council required them to go through a full accreditation process again, even though it wasn't their time, we still have our own concerns about how that works. So because they do operate differently than we do in the United States.
Dr. Yip?
I think this is a very nice proposal. Actually helps to get more primary care trained. I hope your new 15 spot for primary care. One of the loophole I can see, actually, I don't think is a problem. Let's say you're a U.S. Resident or U.S. citizen who 15 years old go to Australia to study last 2 year high school. They will get into Queensland Medical School as a first year, like local. Can they be transferred into this program? Your answer probably not, but they don't take MCAT, they don't take a...
Right, so we've had all kinds of questions come up about students who wanted to transfer into our program, some Canadian students, some U.S. students who previously had been accepted to University of Queensland. And because of the way the university works and the way this program was approved through the university, the students have to be admitted to University of Queensland specifically for the Oxnard program to be in it. And so the students are not allowed to transfer into it. And frankly, students are not allowed to transfer out of it either, because there would be concerns in Australia if all of a sudden there were X number or more students that needed Australian facilities for training, just the same way, you know, that we might have issues here. And so the acceptance letter, which we all know from the universities is, you know, sort of like a contract when you get accepted, specifically says to a student that you're being accepted into the University of Queensland Oxnard program, you will spend 2 years in Australia, 2 years back in New Orleans, and follow whatever the rules of it are.
Dr. Ganadev and then Ms. Yaroslavsky.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was just going to make a motion that motion to approve the recommendation that we will do a site visit to New Orleans. If there is that necessitates a site visit, we'll do a site visit to Australia.
I'll second that.
Ms. Yaroslavsky.
I had one more question for our staff, and that is, how are the schools chosen, the foreign schools chosen to be evaluated? Is it by the number of applications you've received in advance? Not the state schools, but the other schools. So how is it that this school, which is a brand new school, is it because there's a possibility of having 100 students coming to California? I mean, how is the I just, for clarification, and I apologize, it's not maybe directed to this, but I'm curious because how did this rise to the top?
Applied.
We didn't choose this.
They're not the only school that's applied. That's right? Wrong? They are?
And this is
Tell me
not,
that. It's okay.
Well, this is the first of this kind of application where there's a physical separation between the clinical and the preclinical. It's probably not the last we're going to see.
Okay.
So they chose to apply to recognition through us. We didn't ask them to
I
apply.
understand.
So they actually chose us to apply because they want their students to be eligible to participate in postgraduate training in California and to get licensure in California. because right now their program would be considered unrecognized by us. So unless they get that approval, then they would have to do all their postgraduate training in another state, become licensed in another state, and ABMS certified for a minimum of 10 years before they could even be eligible to apply for licensure as being graduating from an unrecognized medical school.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add that usually what happens is you have the student that wants to come to California, but then when they look at the list, that's not recognized. So they go back to the school and ask them to go through that process. Some schools do, some schools don't.
So we have a motion on the floor. If there are no other board comments, can I ask for a vote of aye? Before the vote? Oh, public comment? Sorry, I don't have any slips on this. Any members of the public interested in commenting? Geneviève?
Good morning, Geneviève Claverol. The only question I will ask, for any kind of thing in Australia, it has to be approved by the local authorities. How many people are authorized to enter Australia? When it comes to a business, and I'm sure it applies to the schools too. Like an example, every year they decide how many foreign individuals who are in a business of banking can enter, how many people are in a medical field can enter. I just wonder if that applies also to the medical students.
Yes, so the students, I'm glad you asked that question because it brings up another point that was raised but not answered. So the students apply for student visas, which is how they come in. And at least right now, I'm not aware of a limit of visas for students who are enrolled in universities there. In the background checks, I think that was one of the comments that came up, and I forgot about that. The background check for the student visas are very extensive. It's fingerprinting and filling out questionnaires similar to what I think most of the medical schools do here. And that they have to do that for the visa. At Oxnard, we have a similar process for employees and students and residents that get hired. I think everybody's being very careful about these things properly. And our attorneys have looked at the process and deemed that equivalent to what we do for hiring people at Oxnard. So we accept the student visa application as a background check.
Dr. Bishop?
What is the, I guess, matriculation rate and success rate of the students you have in the program now? Is it similar to what we see in American schools?
Yes. We've only been long enough to have one class graduate, and that was the first class that we put together very quickly. The overall attrition rate at University of Queensland, I think, is around 5%, 5 or 6%. Any number I gave on our group, whether it's 100% or something less, I don't think is statistically important because we just started. But we had 3 students out of the first 12 who have not graduated yet, had to repeat some classes. The group that's graduating this year, which is 30-some, I think will be 100% graduation. And that's all we have so far that I can report on.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of the public or board? If not, can I have a vote on the motion as made by Dr. Gnanadev? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you both very much. Yeah.
I just wanted to tell the members that we will have to go through the process through the Department of Consumer Affairs to get out-of-state travel exemption requests and then also putting a site team together. So we'll be doing that over the next little bit.
But isn't the cost covered by the school anyway?
It is, but we still have to get approval through the governor's office to travel out of state on
Yeah, but
approved
that shouldn't be a
business.
problem when they don't have to pay
Shouldn't
for
be,
it.
yes.
But it still is a problem for the department.
Okay. Mr. Warden? Oh, no. Let's see. Where are we? 19. Ms. Harold? And Ms. Sodergren. Thank you. We're going to move on to an update on the activities of the Board of Pharmacy.
And I have a 3-minute timer in front of me, I see. Good morning. I'm Jenny Harold. I'm with the Board of Pharmacy. I'm the executive officer of the board.
My name is Ann Sodergren, and I'm the assistant executive officer.
So thank you very much for this opportunity. We always look forward to spending time sharing information with the medical board. I think it's the start of a real good relationship where we can build forward and produce some real solid public protection activities because we have so much overlap between the two. There are a few other prescriber boards that maybe we need to bring in at some point too, but we're starting small. We're going big visions, starting small. Perhaps one of the things that we're all spending a lot of time on right now, and I don't know if you have already had the opportunity to discuss this, is that there is an issue for how the Cures program is going to be funded. During our joint summit, we spent a lot of time talking about the need for Cures, the benefits of Cures, why it can provide information to both prescribers and to dispensers. And so as part of the budget for 2013-14, God, I forgot what year it was, we have all of the regulatory boards that have prescribers or dispensers have contributed a sum of money to fund Cures for the next 2 years in order to create a new computer system. And that's actually worked out as part of a trailer bill, so that was done pretty much by the administration as a way to make sure that this very important program that no longer is funded by the general fund nor by the Department of Justice would continue. So that's in place and that's moving forward. One component of Cures, as everyone knows, is that prescription drug monitoring program, whereby prescribers and dispensers can call up and find out where that patient in front of you has either been with respect to prescribing and getting the drugs dispensed. It's not so much just the prescribing piece, it's where the drugs have been prescribed and dispensed. That particular program, and we've made efforts. I know the medical board has, we've had the Department of Justice come to specific events, certainly from some of the schools of pharmacy. Some of the medical centers have done the same thing, brought the Department of Justice in to encourage sign-up of practitioners and pharmacists. That process is still very slow. There's only one person pretty much doing this for the state. So one of the things that we hope will happen as part of this new computer system will rev up the enrollment rate and the ability to get enrolled and resolve problems. Some of the problems with enrollment are going to have to occur with the new computer. But that's one of the things we're really looking forward to. And meanwhile, a lot of us, your board staff, the pharmacy board staff, and all of the prescribing board staffs are working together with the Department of Consumer Affairs and with the Department of Justice on the parameters for the new system. So we look forward. We're heavily involved, which is really nice. In the past, it was just our board working with the Department of Justice, so we have a broader perspective now. So any questions on that, or should I just go through the whole report? All right, I can talk fast. One of the major priorities for the Board of Pharmacy.
You don't have to talk fast. You're presenting. You don't.
I know. It's my nature. I get wound up and I just run.
Well, I don't want to miss anything.
All right, deep breath, Virginia. Okay. One of the major priorities for the Board of Pharmacy right now is implementation of a law that's on the books called ePedigree. And what it does is it tracks prescription drugs from the manufacturer through repeated sales down to the pharmacy or to the prescriber. And what it does is create a secured chain of custody for that product. So every time someone buys it and sells it, there's a certification that I sold the drug to you, and a corresponding certification I bought the drug from you. And the reason that's necessary is despite the licensing of all of these people from the manufacturer down to the practitioner, the pharmacy that dispenses, we get bad drugs entering the system. We don't know how bad the drugs are. All we know is that it happens, and we discover it almost by accident. Many of you, when you treat patients, may not stop to think that the reason the patient didn't get better is not because the drugs were bad, but because the patient just didn't benefit from the treatment, so you find a different treatment. What we're trying to do is to secure the supply chain in a manner that many other countries now are starting to do, to ensure that the introduction of false drugs, because prescription drugs are very valuable, do not occur. And the secured custody piece allows when suddenly something pops into the supply chain without a history, it would be identifiable, and there's a check involved. So we're in the process of still doing the implementation of this. It kicks in January of 2015 with 50% of the drugs that will be sold in California having to be serialized, and then the remaining 50% a year later. Wholesalers, wholesalers have until July of 2016 to be ready to read and transmit pedigrees, and then finally the last stage are the prescribers and particularly the pharmacies, and that's in July of 2017. There is federal legislation that's been introduced. It's been passed by the House. It has been introduced in the Senate. The Senate committee that initiated it has passed it, but it hasn't passed the Senate floor yet. That vote seems imminent. It's a situation where you have two different versions of the legislation going forward, so it will go into conference committee federally. And the federal legislative system, as you all probably know, is substantially different than California's. So we don't know what's going to happen. If there may be legislation this year, because there's a lot of motivation out there, the 2015 date is getting very close, and it's starting to make people very anxious. However, when the Senate Business and Professions Committee and actually Senator Ridley Thomas did the last bill that was enacted in 2008, he got an agreement from all members of the supply chain that in California they wouldn't seek another delay. So the impetus is to preempt California before the law goes into effect. So anyway, but we can't assume that we will be preempted, so we're moving forward. We've got one set of regs that are at the final stages of review in the administration. We have another 3 that are going to the board at this meeting that we have in 2 weeks, and we have a fourth one that we're working on right now, one that would probably be of particular interest to physicians because it concerns drop shipments, where the manufacturer ships the drug directly to the practitioner for a patient. So, but we're at the very start of that process. Anything you want to add? I'm doing all the talking.
Doing great.
At this meeting that we have in 2 weeks, we have a person from Turkey that is responsible for the design and the implementation of basically California's system in the country of Turkey. They did it in a 3-year period based on our 2008 law and had it up and running really by 2010. Now, Turkey has some unique characteristics that are substantially different than ours. In part, the government pays for all drugs, and so they have that concern with the potential fraud. But they also had a problem with counterfeit drugs in that country, and many countries around the world are requiring serialization as a way to help identify and to protect the drug supply. One of the other projects that we're busy with is we, several years ago, developed regulations to do what is known as patient-centered labels on prescription container labels. And what it does is establish standardized order for particular elements that are most important to patients. That those 5 elements, actually there's 4 of them, that go square into 50% of the label that's dedicated space for these elements. We have standardized the directions for use that were appropriate, where you would write a prescription, for example, for BID. The pharmacy, when appropriate, and this is a bit of an issue for the pharmacy, could use a standardized direction for use that had been vetted out nationally as a better way to communicate. Take 1 pill in the morning, take 1 pill in the evening. So that where a patient that may go to 6 different pharmacies to get their medication, and they all got a BID requirement, they would get virtually the same direction for use. And so for them and for caregivers, they'd have standardized directions instead of take 2 pills daily or something along that line, which sometimes comes out. So we're working through that. We still have a lot of education and outreach to work on, and that may be one of the things that we work on with you down the road, because this is a very big issue. Associated with that is the issue right now of the requirement for a translated label for people that do not speak English. And there is a bill that's been introduced in the legislature to require all labels for patients that are non-English speaking to be translated in the language of the patient. Well, within, I think there's 10 or 12 languages. The bill keeps mutating a little bit. So that particular bill is moving through the legislative process, and we're not quite sure where that's going. Simultaneous to that, the board is examining how you meet the limited English-speaking patients' needs of this. We have an interpreter requirement, which is part of this, that when you go into a pharmacy to get a prescription filled and you're non-English speaking, there's an interpreter services that has to be made available to you that you can access either via someone in the pharmacy or via telephone. So that's our labels. We have a report that's due. It was a very controversial reg. We had everybody mad at us, which means we probably did something right in there. Patients didn't think we went far enough. Industry we went way too far. It was a very divisive issue for us. Sounds real simple. It wasn't. So we are now taking another look at the regs, which was part of the commitment the board did. By the end of the year, we'll have that process done. One of the other things that I'd like to talk about briefly here is, as you all know, there continues to be a serious problem with drug diversion, particularly of controlled substances, throughout really the U.S. One of the things we've seen is that there is a very concerted effort by the part of the Drug Administration, in particular, to clamp down on wholesalers. And the wholesalers, when they get reduced supplies of drugs into the wholesaler, they clamp down on the pharmacies that are able to order drugs. And we're seeing already interfaces where pharmacies that used to take care of a certain kind of patient are having great difficulty getting prescription drugs, particularly if they're controlled substances. And part of that is limited on the supply that comes through the wholesaler. And we do hold the wholesaler responsible for corresponding responsibility to exercise judgment and not just suddenly fill a pharmacy's needs where they go from 3,000 hydrocodone a month, for example, to 300,000 in a month. And in fact, that's how you determine, and how we have determined drug diversion, where someone in the pharmacy is doing drug diversion, where suddenly you get a spike like that. But simultaneous with this, I don't think it's too far a reach to imagine that because the DEA is putting on such pressure on the wholesalers, they have the ability to control how much controlled substances is actually generated. So if they're controlling the supply side, why don't you control the manufacturing side? Should that be occurring, and I suspect that it is, my guess is that within another 6 months to a year, we are going to see skyrocketing prices on the street for prescription drugs, particularly controlled substances that they can't get now. The prices for these drugs are already very high, but I don't think we've seen how high it goes. Now, when it starts getting very valuable, when that hydrocodone that's only worth $2 right now on the street becomes $25 a pill on the street, we're going to start seeing break-ins in pharmacies and thefts. So we're preparing and doing a lot of outreach in that area. So in front of you, or soon to be passed out to you, is we're working with the DEA on presentations to pharmacists and pharmacies where we give them CE, and it's very similar to what we did during the symposium we did with the medical board back in February. It's a day-long CE course where the DEA talks about drug diversion and drug abuse. The Board of Pharmacy comes in and we talk about corresponding responsibility, how to avoid being the victim of a theft, and then other pitfalls of practice where you get suckered into, as a practicing pharmacist, things that will increase your bottom line maybe, but run afoul of the law. So we're working forward with that. We did one presentation in Los Angeles last month with virtually zero publicity. We sent it out on our subscriber alert system probably twice. We had 220 people show up. And the one we are doing next week, we have done considerably more publicity, and there's been a lot of sharing. So we have a room that can hold approximately 250 to 300 people. We figure we may reach that. Then in August, DEA out of Washington, in their goal to help educate practitioners, particularly pharmacies in this particular case, they are doing 4 one-day CE seminars, 2 in San Diego, 2 in San Jose, where the attendees earn CE for the one day, and then they learn from the DEA pretty much the same thing. And this is far similar to what we did in our symposium, where you get CE on drug abuse, drugs in common diversion modes, and basically then we come in with our corresponding responsibility. So we're looking forward to doing that. After August, we have nothing else on the books for a while, and we'll kind of see where we're going, if we're going to do any more than that. It's very difficult for us to do this. It's important to us that we do it. So should there be an interest for this board somehow to do this, we can help connect some of that down the road. And part of this is entering into the next subject, so I'm going to stop here before I go any further.
Dr. Ganadev had a question.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks for coming, as usual.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
With the prescription drug abuse, which is at the highest level in the news media, and also actually it's really pretty serious issue, what percentage of pharmacies, especially independent pharmacies, have the access to Cures database, and they routinely access Cures database and then contact the physician? Do we have any numbers?
Not enough. I believe it's in the vicinity of 8 to 10%. It's low. It's like overall the percentage is about 10%. Our guys are a little more inclined to use it perhaps than some prescribers. They already have to report, and when we do inspections, we come in to inspect to make sure they are reporting. We have computer matches up, so sometimes we even know when we walk in they haven't been reporting, or there's some kind of system anomaly where they're not. So I can't tell you offhand, but that's part of what we talk about during these seminars, and we encourage them to sign up with Cures. And in fact, the gentleman from Cures comes so that he can help sign them up.
So there are two issues. One is 100% obligation to report to Cures.
Right. Anything dispensed.
Or anything dispensed, and that's not 8 or 6.
Oh, no,
that's
no. We believe that's, and in fact, when they don't,
right.
They're to get the receipt back, they either get a citation and fine if it's a relatively minor infraction, or they get formal discipline for willfully attempting to obscure what we believe is a real important system. Cures is an incredibly important system to the Board of Pharmacy.
And I think Mike Small, when he presented at the joint forum, said that about 8% of pharmacists are registered Cures users, and somewhere between 12 and 14% of prescribers are registered Cures users.
It's not enough, and that's where we've got a major educational effort, which is part of the outcome.
That's what my next one is. I mean, we're trying to do what we can do with the physicians, but at the same time, on the pharmacy side, how can we take that to close to 100%? What are the steps you, as a pharmacy board, can do? That's what I'm asking, rather than independent pharmacist voluntarily doing versus what can you do to make it not mandate, encourage it that it's very important, it has to be done.
Well, one of the things that we're working at is just not the independents. 60% of the pharmacies in the state are affiliated with the chain. So, you got 40% that are fewer than maybe 5 or 6 pharmacies. If they're fewer than that, we treat them as the non-chain. But even chain stores, we have seen chain stores being victimized by this too, where you've got a patient that just stays just under the radar, that if you just go to one pharmacy and that's all they see is their data, they're okay. But we saw 3 cases I've seen in the last couple of months, and part of this was part of our case closures at the end of the year, where you really rev up, get these things in so they count. We saw 3 cases where had someone in that chain store used Cures, they would have been able to identify that the patient in front of them was not just using hydrocodone from their pharmacy, but was obtaining similar amounts from multiples. And how you get at that when there's not a mandate to check, more importantly, when you have a computer system that isn't capable of giving you that online real-time access you need to check, is something we're going to work towards. So we think that education is something that we will work towards in this area. We continue to do cite and find, which is a little heavy-handed education, but without the data, it's real important to us, in addition, to have that data going in, because if the data doesn't go in, nobody else has access to it.
Yeah, I think that focusing on education for pharmacists and letting them know that this is the best practice and this is what you need to do. But I think that there are some challenges with the current Cures system. And so I think we're walking a little bit of a fine line with respect to totally mandating it when it's even difficult to get enrolled in the system. So I think we're doing we're trying to educate. I think that we're beginning to see a bit of a cultural shift with respect to our regulated population. I know that we've been receiving a number of calls, and perhaps the medical board has as well, with pharmacists that are now trying to reach out to prescribers' offices and confirm the authenticity of the prescription. So I think that sometimes change is slow, unfortunately, when you're faced with the epidemic that we are. The change is never going to be fast enough, but I think that there's a lot of moving pieces right now, and we're putting forward as much effort in as many of the areas as we can. Education is one, advocating for a much better Cure system, ensuring that there's sustained funding for this program. I think there's a lot of moving pieces.
Ms. Yaroslavsky, Dr. Yip, Ms. Salmonson, Dr. Diego. Oh.
Yeah, I have two areas of questions. One is on the labeling of the prescriptions. You speak about the ability to have a label in a secondary language. But when you come to cultural and linguistic competency, we have a whole population out there of elderly individuals who have healthcare providers or home health care workers. And there's been tremendous pushback in the past. I'm just wondering if there's a way to take a look at it from that perspective of possibly putting what the pill is to be used to treat. Now, I understand that people don't want to walk up to a pharmacy and understand they've got an STD announced on the loudspeaker. But or maybe they do, I don't know. But by the same token, when you have to deal with an elderly individual who's not always cognizant of what or why they're taking the meds, and the person that's treating them or taking care of them might also not be as linguistically secure medically, is there any opportunity to consider, is that pushback going to be changed?
We have in the past been strong advocates of including purpose on the label, not indication, not diagnosis, purpose. So you know it's for an infection maybe, or you know it's for your heart. We have been unable to secure that legislatively. We think it's an important element to have on a label for caregivers, for family caregivers, for patients that don't end up inadvertently taking 2 heart meds because they're trying to reduce it. We would love to collaborate with you if you're interested in going that area.
Because I'm very interested.
It is a very important element. And the other thing for a pharmacist, with all due respect, until we get e-prescribing, sometimes those prescriptions are difficult to read. And our pharmacists do not pick up the phone often enough. They kind of guess sometimes what it says, so that they don't take the time away from you or for themselves perhaps, and they're pretty sure they know what it is. When they make that decision, that becomes basically an ambiguous prescription for us. It can lead to a med error. If they had an indication or purpose on the prescription itself, it would help identify what that drug is to be used for, and it would aid the counseling that they're expected to do with the patient as well.
But with respect to the translation piece, we're not the sponsors of the bill, but we did hear from the sponsors earlier this week, and there's just a couple of the elements that they want to have translated on there, and what they're considering doing is having the translation big and then English underneath it smaller, so that caregivers that maybe are not fluent in the other language would have the information as well. But we're responding to legislation, not proposals.
And our board has not yet had a discussion on if you translate on the label, you put English on as well, which is kind of an issue. It is a difficult issue because you've got limited real estate. How are you going to do it? But the bigger issue also is the quality of that translation. Now, we have 18 standardized directions for use that match up with our universal medication schedule directions for use, that BID business where take 1 pill in the morning, 1 in the evening. The California Endowment paid for those to be translated and vetted in 5 languages. And so those are available on our website that anybody that wants to use them. But you have to have the standardized direction for use in place first. I also worked with the, it's a group that does standards for pharmacy electronic transfer of information. And this group is working on e-prescribing elements and standardization in there. And one of the things we were working on there was to standardize the directions as they will appear in the e-prescribing systems, thereby making them more universally used, and again, helping ensure that patients, when they get a direction for use, it's clear what it is it's suspected to be, and that there's less interpretive ability from one pharmacy to another or from one med to another, and you can take better compliance and achieve better compliance, actually. So.
Okay, the second area that I wanted to...
That was more than you asked for, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. The more you do, the better I like it. It's fine.
Oh,
it's all
right. Well,
no, I think it's very important. We've gone through this over the years, and to me, I think personally, to all consumers, it should be very important. The other issue is on the pushback on the funding of the cures, on funding of that. And is there any room for push forward, so that it seems to me that if it's a partnership between the prescriber, the patient, the doctor, the insurance company, the pushback now has been that Big Pharma has won the issue and they're not going to participate. And the pharmacies are not going to participate in the funding of. But is there any opportunity to consider some way to push that more people are involved in the payment and the funding and the support for cures, even though the pushback is there now?
There's a simultaneous bill going through. The trailer bill that went through buys the new computer system Funding on an ongoing basis is being provided by the regulatory boards themselves, the prescribing and the dispenser boards. And it's a nominal fee that would be basically shared by each prescriber or dispenser at the time of renewal. It would be even indivisible. An unidentified fee would just be added in, but it would be peeled off at the time you renew your permit. That's working through the process. It's still relatively controversial among some groups, but that's where that bill seems to be going.
So every licensee will pay regardless of the fact if they prescribe those Schedule 2, 3, or 4 drugs?
Right.
But every pharmacy and every pharmaceutical company that produces the drugs will not be charged. Is that correct?
The pharmacies are currently one of the, we believe pharmacies should be part of it. They were, I think, inadvertently left out of the bill, to tell you the truth. The pharmaceutical manufacturers have been removed from the bill.
So I'm not support, obviously, I'm trying to figure out a way to politely ask you, can that be revisited? Can we, it's very distressful to me as a consumer that the burden of responsibility is on the licensee in total. And it's not, it seems to me for a nickel or a dime per Rite Aid or Walgreens or Costco, it's just not fair, as well as the companies that are producing the drugs, because we're all sharing the problem of overprescribing. It's a national issue. We all read about it. We know about it. But if we don't all step up to the plate, why are we only pointing the finger at the licensees? I mean, the licensees are already paying for money for the privilege of being licensed. It seems to me, I know that it's a broken record. I understand I'm preaching to the choir, but I'm just suggesting that there's got to be a way to revisit this and keep on trying.
Ms. Harold, just so you know, when we put the sunset bill or sunset review report through, we had put in a proposal that not only obviously licensees of both prescribing and dispensing entities, but as well as manufacturers and patients, et cetera, all entities who are involved in prescribing and receiving drugs, that all of those individuals would be included in the bill. We know that the bill's gone through. It started out that way, and we know that it's been changed now to where it really is just in the licensees group. But
and that's where it
something
remains.
we had started. So
and regrettably, I agree with you. I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you.
So I just think that somehow there has to be an ongoing conversation, even though it's been stopped and it's going to be a no. Personal responsibility in this country, we have to step up. And so I don't know how to give you the tools, and I don't know how to give you the tools, but I want you to know that the tools need to be found somewhere.
Well, assuming something gets enacted, and that's not a done deal yet either, which leaves us with a new computer, but no way to access the computer in 2 years, too. So this is something, they're trying to move the bill this year, whether or not it gets to the governor, what the governor does with it, and whether or not the governor wants a different approach, there may be an opportunity there.
But I do think we all agree that the most important thing is getting the system
Working
up
right. Yes.
and functioning and able to produce and deliver
Without
real-time
question.
information to physicians, prescribers, and regulators. So
I agree with you. I don't want to give up preaching to the choir.
No, and actually, I think that piece, thanks to all of our funds, has already been accomplished, because we're all going to be contributing to this.
Okay. Dr. Yip.
I know the curious is, I mentioned before that would your board has authority to request data from the health plan, because I imagine more and more enrollee or patient under health plan, one or the other, cover California, Kaiser, and Molina, and all that, they have pharmacy data probably more accurate than anybody because they haven't even paid for it. Would you have authority to ask for those data on a monthly basis and see and find out who are the ones that overprescribe certain, not just painkiller, like mood-changing drugs. And, the article every time people are concerned about 50-year-old getting dementia or Effexor, things like that, that we need to think ahead and protect the public from those overprescribed drugs. Are we in the position to get those data from the health plans?
One of the short answer is no. Some of them might do it for internal use. I will tell you that the health plans come to us when they think someone is, if they've got a problem with the way a particular pharmacy is operating, and they'll have their data folks give us data and share it on fraud. But the reality is, for a lot of controlled substances, the patient pays cash.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want anything to do with a health plan. And that is one of the, in fact, that's one of the things you track in cures, because you want to know whether or not the patient's paying cash or is covered.
Right, that's the best system. But I'm saying right now we still, as you say, access problem. I practice in the area, then I see a lot of time. I'm a urologist, people with kidney stone keep asking for Vicodins and Oxycontin and all that, and most of those are prescribed drugs because these patients are not going to be able to afford it. They would sell it for $25 a piece, but they're not going to pay for it. And the other suggestion I have about the translation, the label, and I think we're heading the right track. I've seen bottle coming in with Vietnamese on it only. I can't even figure out what the direction, except I can read like the drug. So again, the bottle's small, so I think we need to think ahead what to do with those labels. The other thing I'm concerned is those so-called instruction, which part of our job and the job of the pharmacy is educate the patient, side effects, and all that. Some of those are so comprehensive. Number one, nobody can read it. Number two, you really don't understand. Number three, you read it, you get scared, you don't take the medication. So I think as a whole industry, we need to do something to make it more comprehensible and direct. I mean, every drug, Cipro, called tendinitis, my patients go, I'm not going to take it because joint pain. Exactly. Yeah.
But those are those patient handouts that
Right.
you get. There isn't room on the label to put all that the contraindications, let's put, or
Right,
the
that's
side effects.
that's not a label issue, that's a patient handout
Yeah.
or package insert
Right,
issue.
but along the line, education. The other I comment is that I know you have this education and all that. Sometimes you need more than just people willing to do. I give you some of my real experience. Last year, I got called 3 times by pharmacy, CVS, different location that. First, I give them credit, call me. They say, well, Dr. So-and-so, we got a prescription for a patient that has HIV drugs. And they probably know, I don't know how they figure out that one, would call me saying that we want to confirm it. They never call me about Vicodin, they never call me about like antibiotics, things like that. Maybe they have a system to track who write HIV drug. On 3 instances, I said, that's not my patient, etc. So after the second one, I say, well, something's wrong. And I actually ask the pharmacy, if I were you, I would ask the patient to come to pick up the medication, call the police, and arrest the guy. They refuse to do that. And ask some of my pharmacy friends who practice mom and pop shop, they say, well, if we report, next day I see someone throwing stones in my store. So how can we have our pharmacy friend do some more job in that regard?
Well, this is part of the forum where we can get this and find a way to kind of help beat it back out. Part of it may be just caller to caller. Talk to the pharmacist on the other end, and if you're unhappy with it, then bring it here and we start sharing that kind of information. In the case of an AIDS drug, my immediate reaction is, or an HIV drug, they're so expensive, the pharmacy may have been concerned about reimbursement. I have no idea why they would have done it on that one and not on a controlled substance. I don't know, unless they're concerned about reimbursement. And
I'm glad they call. I'm saying that how can we encourage them to be part of the policing? That's the best point to catch someone who faked the ID and do something wrong.
Pharmacies generally do that. And in fact, they're pretty good at detecting when a patient manufactures his or her own prescription and starts coming in with it, because they're so adept at reading those. And maybe if we ever get to e-prescribing, some of that will go away, we hope, too. So,
Dr. Diego and then Dr. Lowe.
So just to follow up on that question of the authenticity of prescription medicines and how we partner with the pharmacies, because like we've had a rash of unauthentic prescriptions, and we know because the paper prescription for a community health center is very expensive, so we put lots of doctors on there, so that you check mark, and these ones are coming in with just one single doctor, and they say, but it's real paper, so obviously they're paying for that. But the pharmacy puts the onus on us. We say, okay, so what can we do? And they say, well, I don't know, that's why we're reporting it to you. So then we call the police and say, so what do we do? And the police says, well, you can file a police report if you want. And so then we say, so then what happens? Well, there's really nothing that happens because a prescription wasn't dispensed because a pharmacy caught it. So we can't really go after the person, although we have a name and number that may be valid or not. So then you're just stuck, right? And they have our information. They have our DEA. They have our license number. It's on those prescriptions, right? And then if a pharmacy happens to have dispensed it, then we're stuck, the provider. So what do we do about that? Because that's a real serious problem too.
One of the things, and I think that's maybe something that we can work about with the staff at the medical board, because one of the things we've kicked around, whether or not these criminals, which really is what they are, deserve the secrecy that we're giving them. And that maybe when your prescription pad gets compromised, maybe there's a way to share that information. That's one solution. Because part of the problem is it's the lack of information and the full understanding that that prescription is a fake. And you may be able to detect it, but maybe the next pharmacy or the next practitioner doesn't get it. And so we know that pads are stolen. And in fact, I'm webcast, but whatever, they already know this. They can buy the paper online and create their own prescriptions, not anywhere near a state licensed form manufacturer for security forms. And that's what was put in place years ago by the Department of Justice as an alternative to the triplicate, was to use a state licensed printer. Right. Well, the triplicate had its own problems. And those were also faked. So e-prescribing, I think it just reinforces the need for us to work together, because we have mutual interests again, because our guys are getting duped by people that are pretending they've seen you.
Mm-hmm. Right. So my other thing, I'm sorry, was in terms of language right now, until the bill goes through, hopefully legislature will help us with that, but we often have patients who say to the pharmacy, could you put that in Spanish? And they say, no, I'm sorry, not unless your doctor orders us to do that, which is like crazy, what? But we get that from like multiple sites. We get that.
Well, we are surveying right now as part of the legislation. We are sending our folks, when our inspectors go in to do an inspection, we have a short little survey form we're running to find out who's printing labels in languages other than English. And if they are they putting English on it? And who's doing the translation and where they're getting the information from? And I thought there would be very few that are translating labels. No, actually, surprisingly, of the surveys I've received, a surprising number have come in. Now, they don't do all languages, but many pharmacies service a relatively small neighborhood anyway, and so they know the needs of the patients in that area. And one of the ways that you get a thriving business is to take care of the patients that are in your area. I have 2 board members who own pharmacies, both of whom print labels in languages other than English, because they're in communities where that's a goal.
And you said there was those, what did you call them, the standard translations, and are you passing that along both to the pharmacy licensees as well as the medical board licensees, that there's actually those vetted?
They're on our website, so downloading for anybody. So we actually wrote a letter for your news, or an article for your newsletter a couple of years ago when the labels first came out. Maybe it's time to do a follow-up, because it's something that repeated messages sometimes helps.
Dr. Lowe?
I just had a couple of questions about the Board of Pharmacy. Do you regulate pharmacists and pharmacies, or just pharmacists?
We regulate about 25 classes of things, but yes, to your question, pharmacists and pharmacies.
So are there notices in pharmacies that say that the Board of Pharmacy for the state of California, regulates this like the doctors have?
We have a yellow.
Sign is posted.
We have a new notice to consumers poster that lists specific information, and it's yellow and red. We print the posters, we give them to them, and then we go out and we inspect to make sure they're up when we're in a pharmacy. So, and on the bottom of that is our name and address so that they know how to reach us.
So a situation came up recently that I found very disturbing. A patient was discharged from a local hospital after treatment for chest pain, and the patient had blocked arteries and a stent was placed. And the patient was discharged on dual antiplatelet therapy, aspirin and an alternative agent, actually it was ticagrelor, Volenta. So at discharge, apparently this hospital checked with his insurance company to be sure it was covered. So when the patient actually went to the pharmacy to get the drug, he was told that it would cost him nearly $300 for this 1-month prescription, and he didn't have the money to pay for it right then, and so he left. And so I see the patient because he's brought in with a heart attack within the next 24 hours. And so I'm concerned that this guy had a heart attack because the pharmacist didn't give him the medicine that was apparently already pre-authorized by his insurance company. And so, you know, we have this young state worker who now has a heart attack because he didn't get his medicine because the pharmacist told him it was $300 when in fact it should have been a copay of $20. So what recourse does that person have?
Well, there's always the civil courts, and in that particular case,
I know.
but truly that's his recourse. But a complaint needs to be filed with us. Now, sometimes it's actionable for us, sometimes it isn't. But I don't know, we'd have to investigate why the pharmacy chose to charge the patient rather than verify that there was insurance coverage. Or perhaps the pharmacy didn't ask the right questions to determine if there was insurance coverage. But that is unfortunate, and that's not the kind of care we want provided to any patient in this state.
So the answer is you have to file an action. That's the answer.
Is it true that I thought health plan actually, is it a rule that the pharmacy will obligated to give 3 days supply to the patient, pending all this paperwork?
The pharmacist has the option. We have an emergency provision in our law that allows where it's in the patient's interest for the pharmacy to provide a 3-day supply upon the pharmacist's judgment. In this particular case, they may not have known anything, that this would have been a new drug for the patient, but I can't explain what happened. I don't understand why the pharmacy would have said what they said unless they were unable to get their own information, because again, for the pharmacy, it's a business, you know, in order to be reimbursed. So I would suggest that the patient and or you give us a complaint and let's go out and take a look and find out what happened. Because I can't, there's nothing else we can do just sitting here. It should not have happened.
Just along the line of thought, yesterday I bring a point to the California that there are so many health plans, 12 of them, all have own formulary. I think maybe we can work together, have one formulary to get rid of this problem. Otherwise, patients go to different health plans, different pharmacies, different formulary, and everybody is going to get the problem that they're not getting the medication that's prescribed.
Well, on any given day, sometimes pharmacies aren't going to have the med that they need to, and that I don't know if that was part of it. No, because they were going to charge them that, so that when it wasn't, the medicine was unavailable in the pharmacy. I don't know. I'd encourage you and or your patient to file a complaint. It may not be enough, but that's all I can say.
I mean, I would think that the pharmacist would feel some responsibility to educate the patient that, you know, this is a medicine that you need and that you shouldn't go without it. And we should maybe call your doctor to find out if there's an alternative or something. I mean, somebody should have the responsibility to educate the patient that this is important and he shouldn't leave without some kind of medication.
And this is a perfect opportunity for you, this kind of an environment where we work together down the road, that you work with pharmacists and we find a way to deal with some of those situations, because maybe they don't stop and think sometimes, well, what's he going to do if he doesn't get the medicine?
But is this a public education opportunity for the Board of Pharmacy through a newsletter to remind? I mean, we're constantly reminding doctors in our newsletters of new rules or different situations or formerly disciplined issues to make sure they don't get disciplined. Is this an opportunity? I mean, I assume the Board of Pharmacy has a newsletter, and I assume that you've got a.
We do similar articles to yours, and we very much do this. So we'll offer you this space. It's absolutely a wonderful opportunity we want to collaborate here. It's going to be good for everybody if we do it. And we can both find ways to improve the practices of the other profession. There's nothing like an outsider coming in to tell you how to clean up your house, you know? So.
Okay, thanks.
I have one last thing, and then I will move on to the next item. As you know, we have a joint protocol with the Medical Board on emergency contraception. One of the requirements of that is that the board is required to develop an emergency contraception fact sheet. Sitting in front of you is the emergency contraception fact sheet. It's just provided for information. The requirement is for you to develop the protocol. The fact sheet we're supposed to develop based on it. So if anyone has comments, we just saw this earlier in the week. So if you have comments, we'll be happy to take them back to the board for our meeting in 2 weeks. But we think we're done with it, except for a couple comments at the very bottom that are no longer relevant. It's essentially the same fact sheet we've been using for 10 years.
Anything else?
Nope, that isn't.
That was your last time. Okay, great. Any other comments, questions from board members? If not, I believe I have one public comment. Geneviève? I hope you don't mind my using your first name. I feel like...
I love my first name, actually. Geneviève is the patron saint of Paris. And for the French, she's as important as Joan of Arc. She stopped the invasion of Paris from Attila the Hun. She said, if you build a wall around Paris, you will defeat Attila. And guess what? They did. They built a door around Paris, and they defeated Attila the Hun. So I love my name. That's why I fight, too, you know. One thing I am concerned is that, you know, last time I was here, and we talked about cure, I brought to your attention...
There's water right behind you. Be careful, there's water.
Oh, sorry. I talked to you about a program which has been in practice for quite some time in Oklahoma. And it's not because Oklahoma is not as big as California that we should not sometimes, you know, listen and look at what they are doing. And when you compare the quality of their prescription monitoring program versus cure, is day and night. This program, usually almost within hours, can identify when a patient have already got prescribed the drug. So, you know, I will highly recommend you go to their website. They are very responsive when you have questions. And I have no interest or financial interest in that, except that I am very concerned that, you know, patients are overdoing in drugs. And because of that, people like me who really need the drug don't get it. So that's my interest in that. But I think, it's, frankly, really look at that. And like I said, I'm concerned when about it last time, nobody listened. And that the yellow journalist Lisa Girion did not put it in her article, but I will be asking too much. So that's one point. I really enjoyed the presentation we just had now. Some of the issue for me were very important about the handwriting. And a couple of years ago, I came here to the board. Many years ago in California, we did pass a bill requiring that physician handwriting be legible and readable. And, you know, nobody is doing it. You know, we have a bill, cite them, you know, suspend their license for a little bit. They will learn to write, you know. That's where I come from on this one. And, you know, like today, you talk a lot about the computer. A computer is a dummy piece of equipment. What's important is the software. That's what I was talking to you about the Oklahoma project. Because no matter how good a computer you have, it's just a dummy. You need to have software inside for it to function properly. So I will ask you to really, you know, put your energy in it. One of the issues I have about drugs also, the generic drug in particular, I am sure that on many occasions the drug do not have the potentials that they are supposed to have when they are generic drug. I know I have experience in myself and other people have. The other thing also, recently we had issue with the drug, like you're talking, and the problem was because the pharmacists did not know the difference between Cadian and morphine. So, talking about education.
Thank you, Geneviève.
But that's not my pen.
Any other public comments on this agenda item? If not, we'll move on to...
Wait, you have a comment.
Oh, sorry.
Good morning. My name is Julie Haskins. I'm an investigator with Anthem Blue Cross. I know that we are not beloved by many people here.
I love you.
But thanks. In terms of providing prescription drug information, we do that. We provide a quarterly report to many regulatory and law enforcement bodies on the top prescribers in California of what we consider, we call them therapy class 40 drugs, but it's basically the narcotics, the Schedule II. And we are happy to provide it to anybody in law enforcement or in a regulatory agency who is interested to see it. And we are happy to then do additional reports on if they have an interest in any individuals who are on there. We'll provide that information, and we don't require subpoenas. We do require an official request, but we don't require subpoenas. So we like to share information.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you. Anyone else in the audience? If not, then let's move on to the follow-up from the joint forum sponsored by the Medical Board and Pharmacy Board in April? February. Time flies.
It does.
Ms. Kirkmeyer and our colleagues from the Board of Pharmacy.
Well, I think I'm going to let Ginny start. We do have plans for another forum, hopefully working together, and I think Ginny's going to provide a little information on that.
I understand you established a small task force to work on the next summit. We likewise did the same thing. And our task force is interested in working with your task force. So we're very interested in moving forward with this. We have a number of action items that were generated at the conclusion of the summit. Those action items have been preserved, and we intend to use those, as I believe your subcommittee is, as we move forward and work together on another summit, perhaps maybe the beginning of 2014. Depending on where we go, what the work of our two groups, and there'll be additional prescriber groups involved in this, so that you may have a slightly different focus, which, there's no sense in doing the same thing again and again. But we're very committed to this. In fact, I have two board members that are extraordinarily interested in continuing to do this and working with the medical board and moving forward on some collaboration. So we're grateful for the opportunity, and we have an awful lot of work to do in this area, as you all know.
And this would be in the Southern California area, so we've already had one up north. This one would be in Southern Cal. And there were some items I know that came out of our Education and Wellness Committee as far as identifying issues in a possible brochure. And those are things that we definitely want to look at. I know we're going to be giving a update, the next item, on our prescribing task force, who some of the information will be able to come out of that. But I think there will also be work between the pharmacy board and us in identifying those issues prior to going into that meeting, as well as communication between us on follow-up on all of the forum items and making sure that we tie those ends up.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Any comments from board members? Genevieve, you had a comment on this agenda item? Okay. Okay, great. Let's move on then to the update on the medical board prescribing task force. Ms. Yaroslavsky and Dr. Bishop.
I'm going to defer to Dr. Bishop since I've been doing too much talking.
Dr. Bishop.
Great. Thanks, Sharon. On July 2nd, 2013, the prescribing task force, which it currently includes two people, Yaroslavsky and myself, but we plan to expand that, met with staff to discuss and establish the mission, vision, and objectives of the task force. We have identified the following mission statement. The task force will identify ways to proactively approach and find solutions to the epidemic of prescription drug overdoses through education, prevention, best practices, communication, and outreach by engaging all stakeholders in this endeavor. The task force will hold its first meeting on Monday, September 23rd, 2013. Currently, the meeting is scheduled to be in Sacramento. A specific location is yet to be set, and staff will be working on identifying a meeting room. The first issue the task force will be looking into is identifying the appropriate patient information that can and should be shared and discussed between the prescriber and the pharmacist. This was an issue that was raised at a prior board meeting by the California Medical Association. Based on information we've received, this is a significant issue that needs to be resolved. We believe that having all the appropriate interested parties at the table to discuss this issue will provide us with a solution. The task force hopes to create a document that identifies appropriate information that can be shared between the prescriber and the dispenser based upon input from all stakeholders. This document could be shared and posted on all licensing boards' websites who prescribe and dispense. The task force also wants to begin the process of identifying best practices for prescribing. This will be a large task, and we believe it will take several meetings to reach a consensus and product that can be provided to all stakeholders. Once best practices have been identified, then the task force can move to revisiting the pain management guidelines, educating prescribers, dispensers, and the public on prescribing issues, and developing an outreach plan to provide information to all interested parties. These tasks are not easy. However, we will be conducting working meetings with representatives from numerous interested parties, including all prescribers, physicians, nurse practitioners, dentists, pharmacists, prescribing and dispensing associations, law enforcement agencies such as the DEA, DA's office, Sheriff's office, consumer and advocate groups, their healing arts boards, insurance companies, and Senate and Assembly committees. The meetings will be closely facilitated. We hope by having a significant input, we will get several viewpoints and be able to put together a cohesive, comprehensive document that will be useful for all prescribers and dispensers. Pages BRD 21-1 and 21-2 provide an outline for the task force. At the October board meeting, we will provide an update from the September meeting and hopefully have a final draft of a document regarding the appropriate information to share between the prescriber and the dispenser.
Thank you very much. Any questions from board members for Dr. Bishop? Any, do have, Yvonne, we're on item 21, Yvonne Chung, California Medical Association.
Good morning. I'm Yvonne Chung, representing the California Medical Association. We just wanted to express our appreciation for the board's efforts in establishing this task force. A couple comments from reading the report, the staff report. Given the scope, mission, and vision and objectives of the task force, the board may want to reconsider sort of the scope of the work the task force will be considering. For example, the next agenda item, which is the strike force, might also benefit from some review by this task force as well in order to help the board take a comprehensive approach to this issue. Our second comment was that we believe that given the broad nature of what the task force intends to accomplish, this is going to require collaboration across multiple entities and really requires a strong public health approach in terms of data collection as well. And you might want to think about objectives that include identifying interventions such as that may be outside of the scope of the board, for example, drug take-back days, but for which the board could play a strong supporting role even though you are not the entity that's directly responsible for implementing those programs. And in looking at the list of representatives, we'd also ask to see some additional public health representatives included as well, Department of Public Health and Department of Healthcare Services, who are involved in regulating substance abuse treatment programs because we believe they have a role here as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Genevieve, did you have a comment on this?
I think also it would be very nice sometimes to have members of the public to be involved in those task force. And I know last time I was here, I volunteered to be involved in some of those task force, and I would love to help as much as I can.
And your name is on the list.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm maybe a patient now, but I'm an expert in health for a long, long time.
All patients are, aren't they?
Plus I'm an RN also.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Anyone else, any other member of the public with a question or comment for Dr. Bishop or Ms. Yaroslavsky? If not, and just for information, our goal is to break for lunch at 12:30, and we're doing real well on time here. So let's go on to the prescribing, the strike force. Ms. Threadgill, Ms. Sweet. No, Ms. Threadgill. Just Ms. Sweet, sorry.
No problem. I'd like to give you an update on our short and long-term plans for addressing the inappropriate prescribing situation. So after the last board meeting, pursuant to your direction, we quickly redirected staff to create a temporary strike force called Operation Rex, ORX. And we're distinguishing this from the task force by calling it a strike force so that there's clarity. This team consists of a supervising investigator, 4 investigators, and an analyst who have been redirected from their traditional assignments. As of June 10th, there were 161 prescribing cases in our field office caseload, so that does not include what was in CCU. Each one of those cases was carefully reviewed, and 35 of them were identified as requiring immediate attention and appropriate for reassignment to the team. Without going into too much tactical detail, the team is already making significant progress on several of the cases, and interestingly has been welcomed almost regally by some of the local police jurisdictions as well as the DEA, who have been extraordinarily cooperative in our efforts. So everybody is very dedicated and working very urgently to address this problem. As the team works through the initial cases that have been identified, we are hopeful to begin utilizing CURES data and other sources of data in order to identify top prescribers and add those cases to the strike force queue. Of course, the downside to having to redirect our resources is the workload implication for remaining staff. And also because of our limited resources, the team is having to travel quite a bit. So the team has been working tirelessly, as have all the investigators. But the team has already executed 1 search warrant. 1 is in the works to be served within the next 2 weeks, and I'm confident that we'll have arrests to report to you at the next board meeting. As for the long-term plan, if you can turn to tab 22 in your board packet, we have set forth the background and analysis to state what I believe we all know is the obvious. We definitely need additional resources to combat this problem. Drug-induced deaths have become the leading cause of injury-related deaths, beating out motor vehicle accidents. And of the 38,329 drug overdose deaths in 2010, approximately 22,000 of them involved prescription drugs. Due to a variety of factors that we discussed at the last board meeting when we talked about the prescribing investigations, these cases are very, very time-consuming. And we believe the only way to properly address the problem permanently is to attach resources that are commensurate with the issue. Yesterday, Ms. Yaroslavsky asked what, in a perfect world, would we hope to have in terms of resources to combat this. And what we propose is 2 offices, 1 in the north, 1 in the south, each composed of a supervising investigator, 6 investigators, an office technician, a staff services analyst, and a medical consultant. We believe there clearly are enough prescribing cases at this time to support these positions. However, we will be continuing to analyze the data over the next year to gather specific statistics to support an augmentation of our staff. So that concludes my report.
Thank you very much.
So my only question, I want to thank you for the report, but I do have a question. I don't see any additional costs for the AGs for any kind of DA, AG, and I just would urge you that this is the first draft of this?
Correct.
And I just would urge you to...
Right, to include that, absolutely. One interesting thing I should report too about criminal cases is we can recover costs and asset seizure. So that's we'll have to check into that also to see how that compares and factors into this.
You get some cars at work.
Great point, thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Sweet from board members? I have 2 slips. Yvonne Chung from CMA.
Yvonne Chung with the California Medical Association. We wanted to express any support for reorganization of the board's resources that allows for investigation by case type, if that indeed does allow for better and more efficient investigations. I'm glad you mentioned this is the first draft of this proposal, because we had some issues that we think the proposal will certainly benefit by having clarified. First of all, the scope of the strike force, at least in the staff report, was a little unclear. I think it was helpful to have Ms. Sweet's comments as to whether or not the strike force's purpose is to go after sort of the pill mill type of physicians where you're looking for obvious criminal activity, or if this is intended to be directed at physicians who, maybe have a single patient for whom it's more of a quality of care case where they are, overprescribing for one particular patient. I think it would be helpful to know what the purpose of the strike force is. In terms of source of increased inappropriate prescribing complaints, my understanding is that you'll be mining cures data and other databases. I think that would be helpful to know also what the sources of complaints will be. We looked at in terms of fiscal estimates, comparing it to the board's fiscal analysis for SB 62, which was what the additional enforcement activity that would be generated by complaints generating from coroners' offices. And they were a little inconsistent. I think this may be because of just the defining of what exactly the strike force will be doing. In SB 62, it seemed like it was much more of a paper review, whereas here it seems like it's requiring a lot more investigator resources. So I think that's an important point to clarify, and to know the extent that if SB 62 does pass, what the impact of that would be if that is to be an additional source of complaints, how that would affect the fiscal estimates. Finally, in terms of funding, we would certainly be interested in knowing how the medical board would intend to fund the strike force. Would this result in a fee increase to physicians, or perhaps would it be an impetus to request the repayment of the $15 million that is currently owed to the board, which we are always in favor of? And we also believe that in terms of defining what the problem is, we think that there needs to be a lot more data in terms of defining how many cases we're really talking about here. I mean, the numbers get thrown around a lot in terms of tens of thousands of cases that involve prescription drugs, but I think it's important to note that a lot of times those cases also involve illegal drugs such as heroin or methamphetamines or alcohol. So I think you want to be careful in terms of defining the scope of the problem that you're trying to address. But thank you very much for.
Thank you. Genevieve? Okay, great. Any other members of the public wish to speak on the in connection with the prescribing strike force? Great. If not, we'll move on to update on. Oh, I'm sorry. Legislation. Ms. Simoes? We have about.
Is that going to be enough time?
15 minutes. We will break for lunch around 12:30, and Ms. Simoes can continue after lunch.
Okay, sounds good. Good morning. First, I would like to introduce some legislative staff in the audience. G.V. Ayers is here from the Senate BMP Committee, and Taryn Smith is here from the Senate Office of Research. We also have Sonia Palladino. She's here from Assemblymember Bonilla's office to talk about AB 1308, but she had to excuse herself for a conference call out in the lobby. So I was going to try to maybe start with that bill, but since she's on the call, we'll go ahead in the normal order. I have actually invited more Assembly and Senate staff members, but right now we're on break, on the Assembly and Senate break, and so it's kind of a bad time for a lot of staff is taking vacation right now. So unfortunately, more were not able to attend. Please refer to your tracker list. On your tracker list, the bills in orange will be discussed at the meeting today, and we have 9 bills to discuss. The bills in green, the board has taken positions on, but they have either not been amended or the amendments do not affect the board's position. The bills in blue are 2-year bills. Do any members wish to discuss any of the bills in green?
I'm sorry.
Wait. So let me just be clear, because I'm dealing from this and not from that.
Your legislative packet.
So it's not.
It's in your. It should be in your legislative packet. In the first
is a separate binder.
So I have this, okay, but I don't have.
Okay, good. You're starting to worry me. Okay. So the green is bills that the board has already taken positions on, and they either have not been amended since our last board meeting or the amendments do not affect our position.
Okay, thank you.
So the green are bills for which there's no
Nothing new to discuss.
necessary to nothing new to discuss during the meeting today.
Yes.
The bills in orange are bills that we need to discuss and take a position on.
Yes, and the bills in blue are 2 years, so they're
have
kind of
time.
like dead for now. We have time. So does anyone have any, want to discuss any bills in green, or should we move on to the bills in orange? Okay.
Why don't you start with the bills in orange, and then we
Okay.
can come back to any bills that...
Taking a look to make sure Sonia's not here, so she's not. So I'm going to go ahead with AB 1000 Wachowski. This is the bill that's sponsored by the California Physical Therapy Association, and actually, Ms. Toof should have been passed around updated bills and analyses, because this bill was amended since the packets went out. The board actually previously opposed this bill. However, this bill was significantly amended. This bill, as originally introduced, would have allowed a physical therapist to make a physical therapy diagnosis, and it would have allowed a patient to directly access PT services without being referred by a physician, provided that the treatment was within the scope of a PT as long as specified conditions are met. There were no limits placed on how long a patient could directly access these PT services. However, since our last board meeting, this bill was significantly amended to address concerns raised by the opposition. This bill no longer allows a PT to make a physical therapy diagnosis. This bill would allow a patient to directly access PT services, provided that the treatment is within the scope of a PT and the following conditions are met. If the PT has reason to believe the patient has signs or symptoms of a condition that requires treatment beyond the scope of practice of a PT, or the patient is not progressing toward documented treatment goals as demonstrated by the objective, measurable, or functional improvement, the PT shall refer the patient to a physician, an osteopathic physician, or to a dentist, podiatrist, or chiropractor. The PT shall disclose to the patient any financial interest in treating the patient, and if working in a professional corporation, shall comply with existing law related to advertising. And the PT shall notify the patient's physician with the patient's written authorization that the PT is treating the patient. This bill was amended to only allow a PT to treat a patient for 45 calendar days or 12 visits, whichever occurs first. Once this limit has been reached, the PT's plan of care must be signed, dated, and approved by a physician, osteopathic physician, or podiatrist acting within his or her scope of practice. Approval of the PT's plan of care must include an in-person patient examination and evaluation of the patient's condition, and if indicated, testing by the physician, osteopathic physician, or podiatrist. This bill would specify that it does not expand or modify the scope of practice of a PT, including the prohibition on a PT to diagnose a disease. This bill would also specify that it does not require a healthcare service plan or insurer to provide coverage for services rendered to a patient who directly accessed the services of a PT. Recent amendments would specify that this bill does not restrict or alter the scope of practice of any other healthcare professional. This bill was also amended to require a PT to provide notice to a patient before initiating PT treatment services. The notice must be provided orally and in writing to the patient in at least 14-point type and signed by the patient. The notice states that the patient is receiving direct PT services and the PT is licensed by the Physical Therapy Board of California. The notice further states the limits, 45 calendar days or 12 visits, and the requirement for approval and sign-off by a physician, osteopathic physician, or podiatrist of the PT's plan of care, and the requirements for an in-person patient examination and evaluation. In addition, this bill now incorporates a language from AB 1003 Mainshine, which the board had taken a position of support on. This language from AB 1003 would specify that the list of healing arts practitioners who may be shareholders, officers, directors, or professional employees of a medical corporation does not limit employment by professional corporation to the licensed professionals listed in that section. This takes care of that issue that we've had before where, same physicians can't hire PTs. And so what they did is they incorporated, similar to last year, this is the negotiation bill that everyone has agreed on. Okay, so it's taking the language from the Mainshine bill, which we supported, and then also putting patient safeguards in AB 1000. This has basically been negotiated by all interested parties. Board staff believes that this bill does include adequate safeguards to ensure consumer protection. So board staff is suggesting a neutral position, but I would open it up for discussion.
So I would make a motion to approve it based just for the purpose of discussion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? about the recommendation for a neutral position.
Was there a reason why you didn't want to do a support position?
Yeah, the reason why I didn't recommend a support position is because we were on the opposite side. So I thought a neutral was a good common ground where it says that we don't have concerns, but I mean it's up to you if the board believes that it's something we should support. I think with the added amendments of not allowing to make a PT diagnosis, with putting limits on the time and providing notice, that it is a much better bill than I presented at the last meeting.
Dr. Salmonson?
When you said all the people who were involved in the negotiation were orthopedists, whatever their society.
Yeah, let me kind of tell you who's in support now. So the California Medical Association is in support. The California Orthopedic Association is in support. And then there's some 80 individuals.
Okay.
So
that's fine. I just wanted to know where all the input came from. Thank you.
So it's language, like I said, that's been negotiated, heavily negotiated, and it's kind of what's moving forward.
And I think just my personal opinion is that I actually am in favor of a neutral position when it is a bill that impacts us or has important public policy implications. I mean, I think that's where we look at as support, trying to make this is really. We had concerns that related to consumer protection. Those concerns were addressed. There are aspects of the bill that really it isn't quite honestly, our core mission around employment issues and stuff like that. So my recommendation would be to support Jennifer's neutral position on the bill.
I'm okay with that. I just wanted to point out that it's interesting that you're allowing someone to provide treatment but specifically prohibiting them from making a diagnosis. It seems silly that you can provide treatment for something you haven't diagnosed. Just wanted to just mention that it seems very inconsistent within itself.
We had the discussion before about an assessment versus a diagnosis. I see that the word diagnosis is still in place, and that might be a safeguard.
It's just a moot point, really. I mean, an assessment versus diagnosis is just semantics. But I just want to point that out. It's kind of an interesting facet of it.
Dr. Gnanadev.
Yeah, that's why I think neutral is the right thing to do for us. There are still some concerns. I'm glad that Physical Therapy Association, the Medical Association, and the Orthopedic Association made their deals. But as a medical board, we still have some concerns. And I think neutral is an ideal thing to do.
Perfect.
Any other questions? Any questions or concerns about this bill from members of the public? Comments?
Was there any, just before we have from the public, I see that the chiropractic piece is still in there as a podiatrist, osteopathic, and physician. Was there a reason why that group is considered at a level higher than the others?
Well, it's actually just in part of it. So the in-person examination, it does not include the chiropractic. Okay. So that's kind of where it's at. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Karen Ehrlich, and more as a user of services at the moment, I know that there are nursing diagnoses that are not diagnoses. Why would there not be physical therapy diagnoses that are not medical diagnoses?
There is, and I brought that up at the last meeting. Physical therapists do make a diagnosis. Nurses do make a nursing diagnosis. It is not a medical diagnosis, but it is important for that particular person to be able to do their job, to make and to document what their diagnosis is within their scope of practice. So, yeah, I have no idea.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then. We have a motion and a second. All in favor of a neutral position on the bill?
Aye.
Say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Okay, moving on. The next bill is AB 1308 Bonilla, and this bill is sponsored by the American Congress of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. This bill was originally introduced would allow licensed midwives to directly obtain supplies, order testing, and receive reports that are necessary to the licensed midwife's practice of midwifery and consistent with the scope of practice for a licensed midwife. This bill would require a licensed midwife to disclose in oral and written form to a prospective client the specific arrangement for the referral of complications to a physician and surgeon. Recent amendments would also allow a licensed midwife to obtain devices and obtain and administer drugs and diagnostic tests. Amendments would specify that a licensed midwife is not required to identify a specific position in the arrangement for the referral of complications to a physician and surgeon for consultation. The amendments would also allow a licensed midwife to be an attendant in an alternative birth center and change the standards of certification that must be met by an alternative birth center to those established by the American Association of Birth Centers. Lastly, the author took amendments in Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee, and these amendments were recommended by the committee, that delete the requirement in this bill and existing law for the board to develop regulations defining the appropriate standard of care and level of physician supervision required for the practice of midwifery. As you remember from before, we took a supportive amended position because we had issues with the requirement, again, to do regs when we had been unsuccessful in the past. So what they did in committee was just remove that, but they still plan on, and that's kind of why Sonia was here today to talk about it a little bit, but they still plan on trying to address the issue of supervision. They're working with all interested parties, and it's something that when I was at the committee hearing, it was expressed that, you know, legislative members really had an interest in getting this supervision issue fixed. So although our suggested amendment has been taken care of, board staff is still suggesting that we support if amended, and the amendment would be to work with the interested parties and with the author's office to try to help resolve this issue of physician supervision. And I'm not sure if Sonia made it in yet, but she was here to testify on this bill. So, yeah. So with that, board staff is recommending a support if amended position.
So I'll move to support staff's recommendation.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board member comments, questions?
I just have one comment because of a case that we reviewed yesterday, and I know that we've been stuck on the supervision for OBGYNs, but it just came to light the pediatric portion of it. And I don't know where that's at, but I don't think any of us have really.
I mean, the thing is, I don't have a language to give on what would solve the supervision issue, but we're definitely needing to work with interested parties just because we know that Californians are using midwives, and we need it to be in a situation where consumers are being protected and where there's some kind of relationship between the physician. So if something, you know, if hospitalization is required or whatever, that there's that collaboration or consultation or some kind of relationship.
Dr. Salmonson?
I'd just like to highlight what Dr. Diego was saying, that, at least I think this is what you were saying, that there is backup for the OB, presumably for the care of the mother, but that we would want to have the pediatricians come to the table for some weighing in on backup for the care of the newborn.
So, suggestion to ensure that interested parties involve representatives of neonatologists and pediatricians.
Thank you. Even better.
Okay.
So Ms. Palladino is not here.
She was actually on a call on this bill with interested parties as we're speaking.
Okay.
So she was kind of in the middle. So I told her to try to get over here, but.
Well,
Ms. Chung has just gone out to see if she's finished, I think.
what we could do is we have, I'm going to ask for any public comment on the bill, and we will defer the vote until after lunch.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, GV just said he talked to her and she really couldn't get off the call. She was kind of in the middle.
That's fine. So I hate to have her sticking around during
But does she
lunch.
have anything to add that we need her to
I
be
think
here
she
for?
was kind of here just if questions came up and to introduce herself and say that she appreciated the board working with her, that kind of stuff. So maybe if she wants to stay, she can make a comment after lunch.
I do have other slips, so.
Okay.
Carrie Sparvinen? And anyone whose name I mispronounce, please feel free to correct me.
My name is Carrie Sparvinen. I'm the current chair of the Midwifery Advisory Council. And I'd just like to encourage you to continue to support this bill if amended. I think Assemblywoman Bonilla has made it very clear that she wants to deal with this issue surrounding physician supervision of licensed midwives. And I think there's good possibility that we may get the desired result. To address your concerns about pediatric care for the newborn, that seems to be much less of a problem for licensed midwives to obtain than the OB supervision requirement. Most families are encouraged by licensed midwives to create a relationship with a pediatrician ahead of their delivery, and that seems to be fairly independent of the midwife. I would also like to add that midwives are trained to perform neonatal resuscitation, just like the teams in the hospital are trained to take over from the OB and perform neonatal resuscitation when that's necessary. So that it is an already provided for component of midwifery care in the state and nationwide.
Thank you very much. Ms. Palladino, thank you so much.
Thank you. I apologize. I had unfortunately was called into a meeting with my boss very shortly. So my name is Sonia Palladino. I work for Assemblywoman Susan Bonilla, and she is authoring this year AB 1308. I just want to start and say thank you very much to the board for your support of the measure. We do appreciate it, and also want to thank your staff who's been very helpful on providing technical expertise and kind of insight into the history of the issue of supervision and the other issues of midwifery that we have incorporated into the legislation. We are currently having active discussion with stakeholders regarding the issue of physician supervision, and the Assemblywoman intimately understands kind of the unworkable nature of the underlying statute right now and how it has created difficulties when drafting regulations regarding licensed midwifery. And so the ultimate goal is to see if there's a way for us to remove physician supervision in a way that maintains and improves patient safety, looking at a variety of issues, including hospital transfers. How can we make sure that those are done more seamlessly so that you do have better outcomes with patients? Also making sure that the licensed midwives practice to the top of their training, and making sure that physicians are not kind of pulled into situations where the only outcome possible is a bad outcome. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Dr. Gnanadev.
Yeah, one I have is on the medication administration. Where are you with that, and what drugs, or do we have an idea where we're going with that? Because some of them can be very dangerous in a non-hospital setting. That's what my worry is, not who is giving it, where it is being given. That's where my concern is.
Yeah. Well, the bill right now does include basically the bill right now includes a provision which allows licensed midwives to obtain drugs and supplies and devices without listening and ordering physician. From our understandings from looking at the Sunset Review document and from prior minutes from this body, there have been issues with licensed midwives being able to access supplies, and I know drugs is something that they've also had issues with. We in the bill do not list out which drugs they would have access to. We leave that to, we basically cite what is within their scope of practice, and from my understanding, this body has set that through their standards of care document, which is cited in regulation and I think was adopted or written back in 2005. So I would say if the medical board has concerns about which types of drugs should licensed midwives should have access to, that's something that could be addressed either in a revision to the standards of care or through regulation.
Again, I think it wasn't just about the drugs. Where they are given, it's a huge issue because take Michael Jackson's case, propofol at home is not allowed. I mean, because the Pitocin at home might have serious consequences where we can't recognize compared to in a delivery room with all the monitoring. So that's why these are the issues we need to really look at rather than just who can give what under whose supervision.
No, understandable. And I would say that issues that are so technical, I think from a legislative perspective, are much better and more appropriately dealt with through regulation. For example, each time we put something into statute, if we want to change it, it's much more difficult because it has to go through an entire 9 months legislative process and be evaluated not only from a public policy perspective, but also looking at it from a political perspective. So I think our hope would be that the medical board would want to kind of look at that, what type of drugs and in which setting. Also understanding that majority of licensed midwives although they are authorized to practice in hospitals, the majority of them do practice in out-of-hospital settings. So I hope that you guys will have a lively discussion in the future on kind of what drugs licensed midwives has access to and also in what settings.
And also, for example, if the bill were to pass, like it is, just say drugs, medical board has the authority to, interpret or make more specific the law. So if that was something we felt was necessary, we could adopt regulations to do that.
Great, thank you for the clarification.
My pleasure.
Any other questions? Yes.
I'd just like to clarify for members of the board that your comment about Pitocin is used by midwives in a home birth setting as an anti-hemorrhagic, not as a labor inducer. So it's very clear in all of our training and our community standard of care that it is only used to control hemorrhage postpartum. It's never used intrapartum. Thank you.
Geneviève Claverel.
Geneviève Claverol. I think it's important to delineate the consequences also of what's happened when you have a delivery and a physician is not notified and a outcome arrive where the infant died because of lack of calling a physician to the rescue. And I think it should be some spelling in the bill that if there is an issue where the midwife feels the case is out of her practice, she contacts the physician to come, so emergency measure can be taken. And if the physician is not notified, then he should not be accused and treated to have his license removed. And it's a case coming up now where a physician was clear civilly.
We can't talk about a case.
Anyway,
sorry.
I just think, it should be some demarcation where something is done if the midwife does not provide the appropriate care via a physician or a neonatologist.
And I believe that's the part that's still under discussion with the interested parties is the supervision piece. And I've got two more comments, and then we're going to break for lunch. Ms. Ehrlich?
Karen Ehrlich, licensed midwife, vice chair of the Midwifery Advisory Council. I would like to make sure that everybody on the board understands that the only drugs, devices, diagnostics that we are asking to have the authority to use on our own licenses are those for which we are trained and for which we are expected to, and ones which we are expected to use in the out-of-hospital setting. I second what Ms. Sparavon said about the fact that Pitocin is never okay to use before the birth of the baby. It is only used in the out-of-hospital setting for postpartum hemorrhage and would actually be considered negligent if a woman were to be bleeding and we did not have it in our toolkit to be able to use to help to give her a better chance at living. The other is that, well, there are two other points. I also agree with Ms. Sparavon about the fact that midwives in California arrange with their clients that they have pediatric coverage, that they name somebody who is going to be in charge of their babies if we have any need for transfer of babies to medical care, if they are not okay. And both of those things would be reasons for actions against our licenses if we did not live up to those standards.
Okay.
I wish that we could absolutely state that there would never be malpractice in any setting, but that is not something that anybody can guarantee. And then the third thing is that we are hoping that there will be included somehow in whatever bill goes through that physicians are not liable for any care that midwives provide, and that they are certainly not liable until such time as the physician has completely assumed care, so that the physician would not be liable for consultation or referral in the same way that an obstetrician is not when he or she refers to a urologist because the patient has some kind of urological problem. When the physician refers to the urologist and simply consults, and the urologist gives an opinion on the phone, the urologist is not liable.
Oh, yes, they are.
That is,
This is not part of the discussion.
Absolutely liable.
that is what I have been.
This is not, we don't need a clarification.
Okay. At any rate, we are hoping to have some kind of a stipulation in our law that would make clear that the physicians who help us are not liable until such point as there is active transfer of care into that doctor's care. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Frank Cuny?
I'm with California Citizens for Health Freedom, and our organization has identified this as a problem for many, many years and has urged resolvement of the problem, and I see that maybe it's going to be resolvable in the near future, and I urge your support for it. Thank you.
Great. So we have a motion. Thank you, Mr. Cuny. We have a motion and a second on the floor to support AB 1308 if amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
4 abstentions. Do we have 4 from, what's our? So we have, we're okay? Okay.
You're okay.
Okay, 5 out of 9 support if amended. My arithmetic skills are not great. So I'm going to call a recess for lunch, and we'll take 30 minutes for lunch and resume our deliberations at 1:50.
You probably don't have that where you work private practice, don't you? Yeah. You know, they'll do mass pager go off for different events, different, like JC's. You have like a 30 pages to go off at once.
Yeah, cell phone.
I turned Dev on. All right.
He was like, he ate his up. Text message.
Dr. Diego, thank you. So we now have a quorum. So we can resume, Ms. Simoes.
Okay, thank you. The next bill up is SB 62 Price. And this is the bill that the board previously had a support position on, but it was amended. Previously, this bill would require a coroner to report deaths to the Medical Board of California when the contributing factor in the cause of death is related to toxicity from a Schedule 2, 3, or 4 drug. This bill was recently amended to specify that deaths are only required to be reported to the board when the cause of death, instead of a contributing factor in the cause of death, is due to a Schedule 2, 3, or 4 drug. And some technical amendments were also made. Although the recent amendments may narrow the number of reports received by the board, this amendment was taken at the request of the coroners to help ensure that they can implement and meet the mandates of the bill, as all coroners do not list contributing factors in their reports. This bill will still help to ensure that the board is notified of deaths that are a result of a drug overdose. The board will handle coroner reports received as it would handle any other complaint and will triage and order medical records as appropriate. Physicians will be notified when a patient's medical record is being requested by the board, and physicians will still be entitled to a summary of their central file under Business and Professions Code 800C. Board staff believes this bill will still help to ensure consumer protection and ensure that the board is aware of these overdose deaths, which will allow the board to review the information and investigate as appropriate. Board staff is suggesting that board continue to support this bill, but I need a motion.
Can I have a motion to support the bill? Second? Okay. Can I just a point of clarification? I know that in order to get patient records, the patient either has to consent or the board has to subpoena the records in the absence of patient consent. When the patient has died, what is the mechanism for acquisition of the records?
So in those cases, the board has to attempt to identify and contact next of kin and have them sign off on those records. SB 670 does address this situation and would allow the board to get records in those cases without that consent. but we'll talk about SB 670. So that's trying to kind of take care of that issue. But yeah, we do still have to try to get sign off by the next of kin.
And if not, then you go to a subpoena.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Simoes from board members?
I have a question, and it's a question I've asked her before, and that was this. In this legislation, it directs coroners, but it doesn't direct first responders. Is there any talk about why, or should it not be that first responders would?
I think that this is a first step, and then this will give us the data we need to say that this is helping the issue or not. We're meeting a lot of opposition to even just the bill as it is now, and it barely passed out of committee. Like, we were right on the votes that we needed, and so I think that the and GV's from the Senate BNP who kind of worked on this bill, but although he's not the consultant assigned, but I think we're really trying to start as this is a first step and kind of have the data to prove that it's helping, and that, you know, we're getting more information and we're being able to, you know, go forward with more disciplinary action, and then maybe in the future we can look at more people reporting to us. I'm not sure that the author would be willing to open it up to more requirements.
The author's no longer around.
Well, Senator Lieu has actually taken over a lot of his bills, so he's taken over this one, because actually Senator Lieu was in committee. He did a really good job of kind of supporting this bill and the reasons for it. So.
And one of the arguments that's been made is that the coroner's report is a determination that death was caused by Schedule 2, 3, or 4 drugs, as opposed to suspicion based on the circumstances at the scene. And so it's a higher level of, a higher standard of evidence to proceed with an investigation.
Yeah, and then some of the other arguments, just that this is a mandated investigation, this is going to kind of put a cloud of suspicion by the board on physicians. So there has been a lot of opposition that we're kind of trying to work with, and, you know, to kind of address some concerns on this.
Any other questions, concerns from board members? Members of the public on SB 62 and our motion to support this bill as amended. As amended, not if amended. Yes. And could you fill out a form after you speak? Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, Board President and members, Eduardo Martinez on behalf of the California Medical Association. I did fill out a form, but I'm a little bit unfamiliar with the process here, so I apologize for that if I missed my timing here. CMA obviously still has very strong concerns about SB 62. I wanted to just kind of speak briefly about the nature of those concerns, if that's okay. CMA believes that the bill is a broad net that will inevitably capture many cases that have nothing to do with the patient-physician relationship. And by nature of the type of standard of care questions involved in these cases, a medical board inquiry is necessary. The basis for the report, toxicity testing, we believe has scientific and procedural limitations. And if I could just read just a couple of blurbs from a recently released white paper that we produced on opioids. The first, the presence of a prescription drug, or opioid specifically, does not equal a cause of death, let alone negligence. Many patients who suffer from chronic pain or taking pain medication also have life-threatening diseases such as heart attack and high blood pressure, heart disease and high blood pressure, which can cause death on their own. There is also significant scientific and procedural limitations to toxicity testing. Tolerance for a drug can vary from person to person, and tolerance in an individual builds over time. This can lead to levels of the drug in a body that might be considered toxic for forensic examination but may have been medically appropriate. The difficulty is that most physicians use urine drug screenings to monitor patient compliance with prescriptions. Most coroners, on the other hand, use blood samples to quantify levels of medications in a body. There are currently no standards for the measurement of blood levels in the management of persistent pain with opioid analgesic therapy. This can lead to a false attribution of a cause of death as a multiple acute combined drug toxicity because drugs are present post-mortem without any pre-mortem data on blood levels. More forensic and clinical research must be conducted before scientifically determining that an overdose related to a specific substance is the cause of the person's death. So just in conclusion, we believe that the law would have a chilling effect on physicians' willingness to assume treating patients for whom a controlled substance is the appropriate course of treatment thus negatively impacting patient care. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have any other members of the public? Ms. Felmuth and then Genevieve.
Good afternoon. Julie D'Angelo, Falmouth from the Center for Public Interest Law. We have always supported this bill, and we continue to. And just in brief response to the California Medical Association, this kind of report, like any piece of information coming into the medical board, is simply that. It's a piece of information. That's why we have investigators. That's why we have investigations, is to separate the wheat from the chaff. So I don't think CMA's concerns are justified. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Genevieve?
Good afternoon, Genevieve Clapron. Well, I would have felt it totally different way if last week my daughter, who is on Cadian around the clock, Percocet, Topamax, had a blood test. And guess what? They couldn't find any trace of any opiates. And I can tell you she takes those medications. So I think to take that measurement to make a final, diagnosis in a death is kind of arbitrary, because I think not enough study have been done on people absorption of a lot of the drug. And, and I think, people would take drug for a long time. For one thing, actually, their body metabolize a very different way, and I think better study have to be done. I think to make a judgment to say that the patient died because, he has some level, I think it's very arbitrary.
Do I have any other comments for the board on this bill? From the members of the public. Sorry, Dr. Gnanadev.
This bill came into existence, everybody knows, because of the LA Times article, but I'm looking at it's our board staff really analyzing it and see what to do, rather than this is just a report which comes to us. In the end, it's our job to see where, if the prescriber had any liability, not that every prescriber who gave, I can give pain medication, 30 pills to my post-op patient. Mm-hmm. If that person takes 10 at the same time, that's totally different. So that's why I think we are all somewhat concerned on this, but I think I'm looking at our board, our staff looking at and really see if there is a prescriber issue, and then only look into that.
So if there are no other comments, we have a motion and a second to support the bill in its current form. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Ms.
Okay,
Mose?
thank you. Moving on to SB 304. This is the board's sunset bill, and the board discussed almost all of the provisions in this bill at its last meeting and took a supportive amended position on the bill, with amendments being to include language that would extend the board's sunset date and to include some of the other new issues from the board's sunset review report that would enhance consumer protection. However, as you know, the bill was amended during our last board meeting, or actually the meeting before last, to transfer all investigators employed by the board and their staff to the Department of Justice, effective January 1st, 2014. The board has not yet taken a position on this provision, and we will focus our discussion today on this particular provision in the bill. So moving the investigators over to DOJ could streamline the enforcement process by placing investigations and prosecutions under the jurisdiction of one agency, and allowing investigations and deputy attorneys general to be more easily co-located would also help to enhance communication. I'm going to go through some kind of different subject areas that the board has requested. So the first one I'm going to discuss is tenure and retention information, which the board requested at its last meeting. And staff has taken some time to gather this data, so I'm going to report it back right now. Regarding information on retention, this data was broken down into 3 time periods that equal the last 10 years. In the last 5 years, from 2008 to 2013, 53 investigators and supervising investigators left the board. 29 retired, 21 transferred to another department or agency, and 3 were rejected on probation. In the last 5 to 7.5 years, so from 2005 to 2008, 25 investigators and supervising investigators left the board. 15 retired, and 20 transferred to another department or state agency. And in the last 7.5 to 10 years, so from 2003 to 2005, 22 investigators and supervising investigators left the board. 20 retired, and 2 transferred to another department or agency. So that's the information on retention that the board requested. Now, regarding information on board tenure, this data reflects a snapshot in time, and the same date was used for each year data was collected, which is June 30th. In 2013, investigators were employed for an average of 6 years. In 2008, investigators were employed for an average of 9 years. And in 2003, investigators were employed for an average of 7 years. And now I'm going to go on to supervising investigators. In 2013, supervising investigators were employed for an average of 8 years. In 2008, supervising investigators were employed for an average of 10 years. And in 2003, supervising investigators were employed for an average number of 6 years. Transferring investigators to DOJ would allow the investigators to receive a higher salary, which may reduce the number of investigators who retire or transfer from the board, and may increase the length of time investigators remain at the board. If the investigators were transferred to DOJ, they will become employees of DOJ, meaning that the board will no longer have control or authority over investigations and associated timelines once cases are sent to DOJ for investigation. If investigations are handled by DOJ, the board will have no input on the decisions made regarding the outcome of a case, whether it is referred for a discipline, whether it was closed, whether a public reprimand is offered, etc. In addition, the board will still be held accountable for its cases and timelines, even though it will have no oversight or control over the investigations and outcomes. Now, regarding fiscal impact, if the investigators are transferred to DOJ, board estimates that it will result in an increase of $1.294 or $1.3 million per year, and that's for salaries only, due to the fact that the investigators at DOJ are classified as special agents and have a higher salary. The funding for these positions would be removed from the board's salary and wages and moved to the Attorney General line item on the board's budget as an operating expense. The operating expenses in the board's budget associated with the current investigator positions would be reduced for all overhead costs, including equipment, vehicle maintenance, rent, travel, training, etc., and would be moved to the Attorney General line item in the board's budget. The Attorney General will determine the billing methodology and bill the board an hourly rate for the investigative services. Currently, the board is reimbursed $149 per hour for investigative services for physician and surgeon cases. Now, at our last board meeting, the board members asked to compare the pay differential that the board approved in comparison with the cost of moving the investigators over to DOJ. So the cost to move them over to DOJ would be roughly $1.3 million. Now, the cost for the pay differentials for investigators would have a total annual fiscal impact of $110,943, and there's a chart attached in your packet under that tab, and that's in comparison, like I said, to the roughly $1.3 million that the proposal will cost the board. So obviously, the pay differential is much less. As far as implementation is concerned, investigative staff in the board's Operation Safe Medicine unit would not be transferred to DOJ, as they do criminal investigations. All of their staff in the enforcement program, besides staff performing investigations and their staff, would remain at the board, and that includes the Central Complaint Unit, the Discipline Coordination Unit, the Probation Unit, the Non-Sworn Special Investigative Unit, and the Central File Unit. The board would need to have an individual assigned to review investigation reports to ensure appropriate action was taken. Now, some implementation issues. There are some implementation issues and concerns that board staff has with this proposal. The Office of Standards and Training staff would be needed at both DOJ and at the board. It is uncertain whether boards who currently utilize the board's investigators would continue to use the transferred investigators or if they would use DCA's Division of Investigation. If the board hits the financial threshold for the hours that could be paid to the DOJ from the line item, then the board would have to halt investigations until July 1st of the next year, and this is a serious consumer protection issue. Lastly, the implementation date of this bill, January 1st, 2014, is not reasonable as it is only 3 months after the bill is signed. Due to discussion that ensued at the last meeting by the board members when this proposal was discussed and the concerns that were raised by the members, board staff is suggesting that the board request amendments to delete this proposal from the bill. Board staff is recommending that the board continue its position of support of amended, since it is our sunset bill. And the amendments would be to include sunset extension language, and then also to delete this section of the bill of the transfer of investigators. So with that, I'll open it up.
And you didn't mention the medical consultants and the expert reviewers.
So the medical consultants would go to the Department of Justice because they assist in the investigation, and that's in the bill that, like, ancillary staff would be moved over. The expert reviewer program, however, we've determined that that would stay at the medical board, and those individuals, we would contract with them. We would hold the database, and DOJ would use it just like, kind of like they do right now, and the investigators would have access to it. Even though if they're from DOJ, it would come access to us. We'd pay them and everything, but they would use them. Basically, it'd be a pool for them to use.
So I'm going to move that the motion forward for purposes of discussion with the amendment present.
Second?
Second that. Just to, I can put it as bluntly as I feel, it's a bad idea to transfer the board investigator to Department of Justice. It's simple. We're trying to do, really, on the enforcement side, we're trying to look at a lot of ideas. How can we get to where we want to get, where the public wants us to get, where the governor's office wants us to get? So give us a chance. That's a drastic solution. I don't think it's going to add any value.
Ms. Salmonson? Dr. Salmonson?
Not a problem. I feel it's a giant step backward because to me it's going to fragment the investigations. I think the whole concept we've been working towards and seeing proof is working is vertical enforcement. So I think we have that integrated system now. And to move everybody over to DOJ, except we still have medical experts here, but we have Operation Safe Medicine here. No, I just feel that we'd be losing this integrated approach. And I think vertical enforcement, which we were worried about initially, I think has been proven to be effective. And to go in this direction fragments. And so I would definitely support the amended version and not make this change.
Dr. Lowe? Dr. Lowe?
Well, I think that complaints come to the medical board. The medical board is responsible for protecting the public, and for us to do it optimally, we need to be able to control the investigation. Thinking of it outside of the medical board, it's like the police department and the detectives. They don't reside in the district attorney's office. The district attorney's office has investigators, but they investigate different things. So if you look at that system of checks and balances, it makes a lot more sense for us to have it in the medical board. We have a system that's evolved over a long period of time, and it works. It doesn't work perfectly, but we know it doesn't work perfectly, and we're doing everything we can now to make it a lot better. Just like in the past, the focus was on licensing, the focus now is on enforcement because we fixed licensing. And I believe that we can fix enforcement and make it much more efficient than they can make it in the Department of Justice through the AG's office. Additionally, we've never heard from the AG's office about whether, in fact, they even want this. And so do we have any answer from that? So part of the reason that people want to move it to the DOJ is to shorten the timelines. Well, more important than shortening the timelines is justice. We need to do what's right and what's fair, not making the numbers look good so the governor's happy. The important thing is to do what's right, and that's what we're all about. So I can't support moving it to the DOJ's office.
I just have a clarifying question. The numbers you state, 100 and some odd thousand versus 1.3 million, would that 100,000 bring the investigators that are currently in the medical board up to the pay level that they would achieve if they moved to the DOJ?
No.
No. Yeah, the only thing it would do is for those that fit into those certain pay differential categories, it would just increase their salary. And some of them even aren't even long-term, like a field training officer. It's during the time that they're doing that. And so it's not, we put this together, but we're truly not comparing apples to oranges in that analysis. It was a request of a member, we put it together, but really it's not the same.
I just want to be clear on that, Dr.
So what's broken is that we need our investigators to be paid appropriately, just like the investigators in the Department of Justice. So whatever it takes to fix that problem is what we need to do. Because moving it to the other place to fix that one problem is not the right thing to do.
Okay, Dr. Yip, Ms. Yaroslavsky, and
No,
Dr. Diego. No? Oh, okay.
Also ask along the line of the finance, what does it take to ask the Department of Consumer Affairs to upgrade our agent or university staff to that level to be paid the same so that we can retain staff? What kind of timeline, logistic, whatever that the board can do?
It's really more than just a timeline. It is a very labor intensive, and you need to have a lot of approvals to go forward through that process. It entails going to the Department of Personnel Administration, Cal HR. They have to approve it. You have to have discussions with the union. And then the other thing, it wouldn't be just for the medical board investigators, because it's more than just that classification is a statewide classification. So you would basically have to move all of the individuals under the Department of Consumer Affairs to that next level. We've looked at possibly extending for training our investigators, but even that, when we've gone down that process, I don't have the actual figure of how many times we've done that. I know the history was provided in, I believe, the last agenda packet, but we've gone down that route several times and have been turned down every time. That's not to say that we can't try it again, but that it is a...
Kim, we're not approaching it correctly. We're going to be paying the same if we farm it out to DOJ, because we'll have to pay at their rate anyway. So the cost to us is neutral. You know, we're still going to be paying the same.
Yeah.
So we need to create a new classification for medical board investigators different than the rest of the ones in the DCA, unless they do similar kinds of work.
I think now we're a strong case to make a budget to request such an increase. And also I see one of the opposition party is Department of Finance. Is that because part of the...
It's probably because of the fiscal we reported on the bill, which is 1.3 million, so.
Well, can this be put into the bill? Can we put it as part of the bill that this new class of investigators created stays in the board and make it so that we bypass this other problem?
The only issue with that is it's our sunset bill, so if that brings enough controversy and eventually our date gets in and it doesn't get signed because of that, then we're kind of in a bad spot.
So if they sunset the medical board, who's going to protect the public?
Well, it's happened before to the Board of Registered Nursing, and we don't kind of want to be in that situation, but...
And again, the administration doesn't look favorably upon those being in the legislative process. It really is a personnel, California Department of Personnel process that they want it to go through.
So the issue of moving these investigators to a different department where they'll make a bit more money is going to have zero impact on our ability to pay them, only because, as Dr. Lowe said, we're still having to pay the fee, the salaries through the AG's office. The issue is that in order to do this, there has to be a reason to do that. We're going to have something better. It's not the point of having, and that's why I'm very supportive of taking this out of the motion. I haven't heard that our timelines are going to be down, that our training is going to be better, that the staff is going to be happier, that the doctors are going to have faster resolution to the complaints. So as long as we have no reason to do it in a positive manner, I'm not sure why we're being forced in the reverse. But I would support what Dr. Lowe is saying, because I understand that in order that we are spending the time and the energy to train these investigators, they stay with us for a bit of time, then they leave to go to another state agency where they're paid a higher salary to do less work is not appropriate. So we've got to figure out a way to pay them and compensate them that would be appropriate. And I'm not sure how to do that, but I don't think it's but that has got to be something that we're looking at. But to take out of the 100, and I appreciate your timelines, but out of my math, and it's probably not correct either, but out of the last 10 years that you gave us that information, out of 100 investigators, 43 transferred, making it 43%. So for some reason, and 64 retired. So I'm not sure that we have all the answers as to why they transferred, other than that it was less work and more money. But if that's the issue that we're up against, we've got to figure a way to fix that.
The only valid comparison is to look at how many people from the DOJ that were investigators left their jobs. Looking at our timelines over 10 years is of no value. We need to know what happened to them on the other side. I mean, what if the same number left the DOJ's office?
I think that Dr. Lowe, or someone used it at the last meeting, is if this is just, and I apologize, I'm just copying that, but it's a very good visual. If we're just rearranging the chairs on the deck, on the ship, that's all we're doing. And there's no reason to be doing that unless there's a reason to do it. It's raining out there or something.
Well, it's more than just rearranging the chairs. It's moving somebody to another area and then having different supervision, and we're not being in control.
Right.
If we have the responsibility to protect the public, we want to be able to control our own destiny. And
we're on that road. We're on the road to becoming more accountable and doing a better job. And I think that it's time for us to stand up and say, we're taking on the task, let us do it, and then let's be held accountable for it.
So far I've heard no argument with Ms. Simo's recommendation.
But we want to make sure everyone in the audience is hearing arguments too.
And I don't mean to cut off conversation. I just want to be sure that I'm hearing what I'm hearing. Dr. Solomonson, you had another comment.
Well, I think from articles I have read that perhaps retention is something we're concerned about, and we certainly are. I think there has been, in my impression, a false impression that the medical board, and people by that seem to perhaps think it's the appointed members of the medical board, have not been vigorous enough, and that perhaps perceptually the Department of Justice sounds like they would be more aggressive. And I think, again, we need to go back to vertical enforcement to say, we don't sit on things. It's been already a joint venture with the Department of Justice, that we don't cover things up. It is a joint venture to dispel the idea that we're not vigorous. Because I think there are two motivations, perhaps, for considering this move. And I think we have to address that perception as a false perception, and that we're incredibly vigorous here, and vertical enforcement, even though we were all perhaps a bit skeptical initially, has, I think, been a total positive because of that interaction. But I like Dr. Lowe's analogy of the initial step is essentially the police department, the investigators, and then the prosecutors are in a different office. And yes, they communicate, but it's two different functions. And both of those functions need to exist and yet cooperate. So anyway, enough of me.
Dr. Gnanadev?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, I throw myself into these things, but one more blunt comment. We got staff from the BNP committee here. Hey, give us a chance. You at least have a control to cut off our funding if we don't do a job. I don't know what will happen if they go to DOJ. So, I mean, give us a chance to we are concentrating a lot more on enforcement now, like what we did and the licensing a few years ago. So we'll work with you. We'll work with the consumer people. We'll work with all the stakeholders, including the medical associations. Our goal is to make sure that it is safe practice of medicine, consumer protection, and quicker results. We want to get the bad doctors, very easily to say the word, off the practicing as soon as we can. So we want to work with you, but you need to work with us. You can't ask us to do all those things and put the investigators elsewhere. It doesn't work. It does not work. That's what the responsibility is, and we're willing to take that responsibility, so give us a chance.
Are there any other board member comments? If not, I have Ms. D'Angelo
Good afternoon. Julie D'Angelo, Falmouth from the Center for Public Interest Law. You know our position on this transfer issue. I just need to make it for the record. Today and for the past 7 years, by law, the Health Quality Enforcement Section of the Attorney General's Office has been responsible for both the investigation and the prosecution of medical board disciplinary matters, and they are required to use vertical enforcement. This bill would at long last give HQE investigators along with its attorneys. They would work side by side. It would make it infinitely easier to implement vertical enforcement, which you acknowledge has been working, has been improving. They would truly be on the same team, subject to the same policy and procedure manual, which they are not now. They would be using the same computer system, which they do not now. They would be co-located in the same city and possibly in the same building. That would facilitate better communication, better decision-making, more informed decision-making, better teamwork. You have been under a legislative mandate to establish a plan for co-location for 5 years, and I've never heard it even discussed by this board. There would be improved job morale for the investigators. They would see the fruits of their labor in a successful case that removes a dangerous doctor from the marketplace. You would see a salary increase for your investigators. There is no other way they are going to get this. You have tried and tried and tried again. In a 1990 bill that we wrote, we put in legislative intent language that the medical board's investigators should receive the same salary as the Department of Justice's special agents. That was 23 years ago. It's never happened. It's not going to happen. This is the only way they're going to get the salary increase they deserve so that you can resolve your problem of your inability to recruit and retain experienced investigators. As far as the issue of losing control, I don't agree with that. You would not be losing control. You still have Central Complaint Unit, which would screen all complaints and reports coming into the medical board and decide which ones to refer for investigation. Your executive director would still sign off on accusations, and this board would still review all proposed ALJ decisions and stipulations. So that part would remain completely unchanged, and you would continue to be partners with HQE. The communication door will always be open. I don't think you would lose control. I don't think that some of the concerns that you have articulated are necessarily justified. We support the transfer. I hope that some of you will too. Thank you.
Do I have any other comments from the public? Geneviève?
Actually, I am very opposed to that bill. No, they tried to do the same thing with the Board of Nursing, and thanks goodness it did not happen. I feel that we have a legislature who have so much time on their hand. They don't know what to do but write bill after bill who absolutely are not, necessary. And I think that need to also stop at some time. I think that I have been impressed how you have conducted your business, certainly about the way you deal with the Bakley-Keene Act and all of that. And I hope that you feel free not to have to move the agent to DOJ. I think first of all, he has more of a punitive and criminal aspects that I don't like to see with the practice of medicine.
Thank you. Tina Manassian.
Tina Manassian, California patient advocate. This is a really, really sensitive subject for me. As you all know, I was injured by a doctor, and you took his license. But it took 2.5 years for my complaint to turn into an accusation against this doctor, and vertical enforcement was already in. My question to you, and Dr. Loeb brought this up, you have 43 people that left your department. Why is that? Have you ever asked them, why did you leave? Have you, any of you board members, ever gone to your investigative department and see how they really operate? See what they're really doing behind the scenes? Because they come here and tell you all this good stuff. But do you know that for a fact and for proof? Have you seen it for your own eyes? 43 of your investigators have left. There's a reason. I'm not saying I'm for this or against it, but I'm saying look into your own staff. These are the same people who have been around for the last 10 years that I've been around. And when you keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, you're going to get the same exact results. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, I'm going to call the question. We have a motion on the floor with a second to support SB 304 with, if amended, to both introduce, insert a sunset date and remove the amendments that were put in, moving the investigators from the Medical Board to the Department of Justice. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, SB 352. This is the bill that would allow physician assistants, nurse practitioners, and nurse midwives to supervise medical assistants. The board had a supportive amended position on this bill and requested amendments to specify that if a PA, NP, or NM were to allow the medical assistant to perform tasks that are not in the approved scope of responsibility, then the physician assistant, nurse practitioner, or nurse midwife would be held responsible and subject to discipline by their licensing board. This bill was amended to take that amendment, and so the board is now supportive of this bill, and I just wanted to let the board be aware of that amendment. There's no comments.
No. Do you need a vote?
Because they took the exact amendment we suggested, we just moved our position to support.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from board members, members of the public? Oh, sorry, I do have a slip. Teresa Anderson.
Thank you. Teresa Anderson on behalf of California Academy of Physician Assistants. We just really wanted to thank the board for working with us on amendments and coming to a support position.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. SB 492 Hernandez. This is the bill that originally would have deleted the definition of the practice of optometry in existing law and would have expanded the scope of an optometrist by allowing an optometrist to examine, prevent, diagnose, and treat any disease, condition, or disorder of the visual system, the human eye, and adjacent and related structures, to perform surgical and non-surgical primary care procedures, and to prescribe drugs, including narcotics, among other allowances. As you may remember, at our April board meeting, this bill was actually amended while we were meeting. And so we briefly looked at it, but we took a neutral position with the direction to staff to closely look at this bill and analyze and bring it back at the next board meeting. So the amendments repealed the language in the previous version of the bill and instead revised the current definition of the practice of optometry to allow optometrists to do the following. This would allow an optometrist to provide habilitative optometric services, allow an optometrist who is certified to use therapeutic pharmaceutical agents to treat the lacrimal gland, lacrimal drainage system, and sclera in patients under 12 years of age, would allow an optometrist to treat ocular inflammation and pain non-surgically, except when co-managed with the patient's treating physician, would allow an optometrist to treat eyelid disorders, including hypotrichosis and blepharitis.
Blepharitis.
Thank you.
That's surgery?
Blepharitis. Inflammation of the lid.
That's surgery?
No.
Would remove the requirement in existing law for optometrists to only utilize specific TPAs and would allow optometrists to use all therapeutic pharmaceutical agents approved by the Food and Drug Administration for use in treating eye conditions. And this includes codeine with compounds and hydrocodone with compounds as listed in the California Uniform Controlled Substances Act. So this is a pretty big expansion. It would allow certified optometrists to remove sutures upon notification of the treating physician. It would remove the restriction that optometrists can only administer oral fluorescein to patients suspected of having a diabetic retinopathy. Would delete the list of specific tests optometrists are allowed to order and allow optometrists to order any laboratory and diagnostic imaging tests for conditions authorized to be treated pursuant to this bill. This bill would allow an optometrist to administer immunizations for influenza, herpes zoster virus, and additional immunizations that may be necessary to protect public health during a declared disaster or public health emergency. This bill would allow an optometrist to test for and diagnose diabetes mellitus, hypertension, and hypercholesterolemia. And would require in any case that an optometrist consults with a physician for the physician and optometrist to both maintain a written record in the patient's file for the information provided to the physician's response, and any other relevant information. This bill would specify that an optometrist treating eye disease or diagnosing another disease shall be held to the same standard of care as physicians or osteopathic physicians, and would require an optometrist, if a situation or condition occurs that is beyond the optometrist's scope of practice, to consult with and refer the patient to a physician or other appropriate health care provider. Although this bill was significantly amended, it still expands the scope of practice for an optometrist by allowing optometrists to diagnose diabetes mellitus, hypertension, and hypercholesterolemia, treat ocular inflammation and pain surgically and non-surgically, to treat all eyelid disorders, among other things, including the therapeutic agents would everything approved by the FDA, which includes, like I said, codeine with compounds and hydrocodone with compounds. Board staff believes this is a significant expansion of the scope of practice of an optometrist. Although some provisions in this bill are still reasonable, this bill would allow optometrists to diagnose, treat, and manage ocular conditions and common diseases, perform some surgical procedures, and be granted full drug prescribing authority, including controlled substances, which is a significant scope expansion. Optometrists do not have the appropriate education to prepare them for this significant scope extension, and as such, this could put patients at serious risk of harm. And the board staff is suggesting that the board oppose this bill unless it is amended to remove the provisions that allow an optometrist to diagnose and treat common diseases, perform surgical procedures, and be granted full drug prescribing authority. And that concludes.
I would move to support that with the amendment. I want to support the amendment.
I want to move to support the recommendation for oppose unless amended as specified.
Absolutely.
A second?
I'll second that, and I'm glad they're not asking for vascular surgery. Maybe they would be competing with me. It's just scary. Unfortunately, eye is part of the body. So many times what happens inside the body shows up in the eye. So there is no training to somebody look at an eye and be trained in an eye and do a lot of other stuff. It doesn't even make sense to me, but that's me.
Dr. Diego?
I just had one question for clarification. You know how you went through the litany of immunizations in case of a disaster or something? Is that the only time that they can give them? Or can they give flu shots at all
actually,
times?
that may be necessary to protect public health during a declared disaster or public health emergency.
Right, because then we're not in a disaster or public health emergency then, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Why would we do that? I mean, do they understand that they can't do it this year because we're not?
In a disaster or public health emergency, yeah.
Because it's going to cause a lot of problems then. I don't know if that's what they were after.
Would an influenza, the declaration that we've entered into influenza season, or we see a certain level of influenza, does that fall? That
Well, I
does
think
not.
the governor actually has to declare a disaster or public health emergency.
Okay.
A disaster, public health, or disaster / public
Or
health?
I think it's the same section of law that he declares that. So once that's been declared, then these certain things go into effect.
And by
The
the
reason
way,
I asked that way is because I think we have one currently in place by the governor because of the fires in Southern California. So my question was serious about disaster public health or disaster, period.
I can look up that section of law. I know that it's in the health and
I won't
safety
change my
code.
vote.
Yeah.
if we do have a public health emergency, I think we would mobilize many groups of people, not just limited to optometrists. It's a fairly narrow.
Isn't that in law already, though?
Yeah, but optometrists aren't included, I think, as part of that group, so this would kind of include them as that group that would get mobilized, I guess.
That makes perfect
First
sense.
responders.
I mean, I wouldn't have minded if we just opposed, even not putting amendment. It looks just so bad. So, but oppose unless amended is okay with me.
Can I see, is there any comment from members of the public on this bill? If not, I'm going to call the question. All in favor of Ms. Somoza's recommendation to oppose unless amended with the specified amendments, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed to that, say no. Any abstentions? Okay.
Okay, great. Moving on, the next bill is SB 493. This is the pharmacist bill that's kind of part of this package of bills. And at our last board meeting, the board voted to support this bill if it's amended to exempt smoking cessation drugs that are known to have a risk of neuropsychiatric events like Chantix and Zyban. And so what the authors and sponsors did was amended the bill to require the pharmacist to consult with the patient's primary care provider before furnishing a smoking cessation drug to the patient. We actually ran that amendment in the interest of trying to get our position out by Dr. Lowe, who actually brought up the concern, and that language was okay with him. So we went ahead and moved our position to support. And so I just wanted to let the board know that because they took our amendment, we're now supportive of that bill. So unless anyone has questions, should we
proceed?
Okay. The next bill, I didn't know if there was public comment.
Oh, public comment on SB 493.
Okay, I'm going to move ahead to SB 670 Steinberg. This is the bill that would authorize the board to inspect the medical records of a patient who dies of a prescription drug overdose without the consent of the patient's next kin or a court order, which we kind of discussed earlier. This bill would also make it unprofessional conduct for a licensee who is under investigation if the licensee fails to attend and participate in an interview of the board within 30 days of notification. And lastly, this bill would allow the board to impose limitations on the authority of a physician to prescribe, furnish, administer, or dispense controlled substances during a pending investigation. If there is reasonable, before it said reasonable suspicion that a physician is overprescribing drugs or whose prescribing has resulted in the death of a patient. This bill was amended to change the burden of proof for restricting a physician's prescribing privileges to probable cause. The amendments would also allow the board to inspect and copy the medical records of a deceased patient without the consent of the patient's next of kin in any case that involves the death of a patient, so not just overprescribing cases. And the amendments also specify that compliance with this section is consistent with HIPAA. So we kind of all know the background on this bill, and previously we had voted to have a supportive amended position, but our amendments were for the bill to spell out when and where we could restrict, when and how we could restrict a physician's prescribing privileges, and that some kind of due process needed to be put in there. I know that the author's office is working pretty hard with opposition to actually put language like that. We're just not there yet. So staff is suggesting we continue to have our supportive amended position with the amendments, and we are continuing to meet with Steinberg's office on a regular basis. I know they're working with opposition, and hopefully we'll come to some kind of solution soon.
Do you want a motion?
Probably, because it was amended, so we should probably.
I'll move.
Second? Second. Any more comments? Comments from members of the public on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Okay, great. Last bill, SB 809. This bill has been discussed a lot already at our board meeting. It was kind of discussed yesterday a little bit. It was discussed by Jenny today. This is the Cures bill. And you know, it's continuing to be worked on. There's a working group, and we meet pretty regularly to, you know, everyone submits amendments. We all go through our comments and concerns. As we kind of discussed earlier, the bill was amended, and it no longer mandates that manufacturers and insurers contribute to the Cures system. The other change is this bill would require the board to periodically develop and disseminate information and educational materials related to assessing a patient's risk of abusing or diverting controlled substance, and information on Cures to each licensed physician in general acute care hospital. The board staff doesn't have a problem with that. We think that's probably a good idea. This bill was also amended, if you remember previously, it would have required, once the Cure system was up and running, it would have required all prescribers and dispensers to check that Cure system. It was amended to strongly encourage that checking, which is probably a good idea until Cures is actually up and running. And also, what was mentioned before is this goes along with the budget bill, and I don't think I need to go over that again, but the budget bill would basically take money to develop the new system, and then this bill, once that budget bill passes, will really be to maintain that system. And so we had voted before that we wanted it, instead of a percentage fee, to be a flat fee on our licensees, and also to make, you know, to fix any implementation concerns with this bill becoming effective and us being able to take the necessary steps to raise the fees. I know they're still working on amendments. I've seen that there, may be a flat fee at some point in the future. The board will continue to be part of the stakeholder groups and to work on this. So board staff is suggesting that the board continue its support of amended position, that staff continue to participate in in this process.
Thank you, Ms. Simos. Dr. Gnanadev?
We talked about that with the pharmacy group. Have we considered asking for pharmacies and maybe pharmaceutical companies to do some funding for this? The ones who manufacture at least the Schedule 2-3 drugs.
Well, I'll kind of tell you what happened with that. So manufacturers and insurers were in the bill, and for different, manufacturers would have gone towards one purpose, and insurers would have gone, they would have had to contribute money. I don't know if you guys, if you remember when I sent you the article that this bill almost didn't make it out of Senate, and that was basically the amendment was taken to get it out. So although we could request that amendment, it's unlikely they're going to put it back in after like a deal's kind of been struck to get it out of one house. It's hard to go ahead and stick that language in the second house. They did start off with that, but it didn't get the support that I needed to go through with that.
Dr. Bishop.
Well, I think that despite that I think it's really important that the manufacturers in particular who make $1 billion or more profit each quarter can help to work with us for this real public health crisis in addition to the pharmacies. And I recommend we vote to oppose unless amended.
Okay. Dr. Salmonson?
Well, and again, I just think, how would I assess this? And my feeling is you'd have to do the math on how many pills are actually sold. But 1 or 2 cents per pill, because then it would be directly proportional to utilization. And because like a small pharmacy, big pharmacy, doctor prescribing 1 time a year, whatever, link it to the pill. 1 or 2 cents of the cost of the pill goes to cures, would be my suggestion. And don't say it's the manufacturer's thing. It's just like a sales tax on a high-risk product, would be my thought. And so I would say I wouldn't support it in the format it is. I think it's not a fair assessment of the cost of that medication.
I think we could include that as an amendment, but I think it's not a good place to go to oppose unless amended. We're supportive of the CURE system. We're supportive of that system getting up and running. And I mean, I think we could, if the board so chooses, to include that as an amendment, but I mean, it's up to the board, but I would just caution against taking an opposed position.
And I agree. I think, and I said this earlier in one of our agenda items, it is critical for the CURE system to be brought to a point where it is a tool of high utility to prescribers, dispensers, and regulators and law enforcement. And that is the primary public health need right now. And we can we can express our personal pique about the role the pharmaceutical companies have played in not just this issue, but limiting their involvement. And I feel it as strongly, if not more so, than anyone in this room. But as a medical board, I don't think we can. It makes any sense for us to oppose this unless the funding piece is changed. It's just not going to, So I would. That's my personal opinion. Ms. Yaroslavsky and then Dr. Gnanadev.
Look, I would support you as well. I think it's an important bill and it's important to move forward. But I think there has to be a message that has to go out to the legislature, especially to these 2 legislators, as well as to other government entities, as well as the public, that we're all in this together. This is shared responsibility, and it's not only the manufacturers, it's not only the patients, it's not only the drug dealers, and it's not only people that are dying, but everyone that has got some piece of this has to participate. So it's the patient, it's the licensees, it's the pharmacies that are you take your prescriptions to, it's the corporations and companies that are making the drugs. I mean, it's a whole big shared responsibility, and I think that everyone needs to be shamed into the fact that this is all of our responsibilities, whether you take the drugs or you don't take the drugs, whether you prescribe the drugs or you don't prescribe the drugs. But those people that are direct, those other entities have got to be shamed into this, in my opinion. So I would definitely not to oppose, but I think that message has got to go back.
And they are included in the bill. It's just a voluntary contribution.
But voluntary is shame.
Dr. Gnanadev.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same place as both of you. To take any kind of word oppose on this bill doesn't make any sense to me, and I think it's. I know how Dr. Bishop felt, just emotional issue on this aspect, because these guys make billions of dollars and they don't want to contribute. I got that problem too, but I think if we say support, add it to our amendment, we do want pharmaceutical industry somehow or other contribute. Let the legislature figure out, maybe per pill, maybe per pharmacy, maybe there are many ways you can do.
Per pill.
I look at this one and say, you know, this is going to be very expensive, but needed for public protection. What is going to come out of licensees is not going to be enough to support the entire system. You want to take this system to the highest level, you need a ton of money. It's not something only licensees can contribute to take it to highest level. And my feeling is we got to take it to the highest level for public protection. If we want to do that, we need everyone to contribute, and that's the reason why we are asking for these people to contribute.
Well, again, I would say it's like a gasoline tax. It's on the product, and then it's directly proportional to utilization.
Okay, I need a motion, if I can get one, to support Ms. Simo's recommendation to support if amended, and I hear to add the amendment that a portion of the funding for the upgrading of cures be
Shared responsibility by the
allocated to the pharmaceutical industry. And can I get a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Any other comments from the board? Sylvia?
I'm sorry, did you want to say the pharmaceuticals voluntary to make sure that we get it passed? No, just like that.
No, it's already in the bill as voluntary. This would be mandatory. That's what I'm hearing from folks. Personally, I think it's
But did we think that we
lost
weren't going to
cause.
get it passed that way?
I mean,
Isn't that
that's
what
why
you're
they took
saying?
that amendment, is to get it out of Senate, because the mandatory, they did not have the votes to get it out of Senate, so that's why they made it, like Dr. Levine said, a voluntary contribution. And
Right, so aren't we going backwards?
it's like, it's a negotiation that's been made.
It's a
I mean,
tool.
we can,
It's only a tool.
we can,
Robinson's point is she wants it as a use tax.
I don't know if we should be that specific in our amendments, because once you say tax, it's like.
Forget it.
Well, no, but I would
Yeah.
make,
I mean, whatever you use, you have to pay for it. I mean, there's a cost to everything, and the cost for pain medicine is that you have to pay some amount
To
so
regulate
that we can regulate it.
If the goal is to have, I don't think we should get specific about the mechanism for requiring a contribution for the pharmaceutical industry, because once we do, we go down a rabbit hole. And the goal is to get something in there, and to be honest with you, it's just making the point.
That's our legislative brothers and sisters who can do that, not us. We should just take a global opinion there. That's what we're doing.
That everyone should contribute.
Right.
Including the
Shared responsibility.
Yeah. Shared responsibility
Right.
with manufacturers.
I apologize,
public,
I also left out insurance
insurers.
companies, but they should also participate.
I think they're in there.
give you smoke.
So, have we got a second on that? Second, okay. Any more board member comments? Comments from members of the public? I have Eduardo Martinez.
Thank you. Eduardo Martinez on behalf of the California Medical Association. Just a quick note, the CMA is in support of SB 809. Our members want to see an upgraded and well-funded cures system to identify red flags where there are problems. That we want to be part of the solution to help addressing the prescription drug abuse. So, thank you.
And I know CMA was supportive of having manufacturers on the hook. Very supportive. Okay, Geneviève, did you have a comment to make?
Geneviève Clavon, I agree that everybody should participate, and I think specifically pharmaceutical company, and that they were even thinking about removing them out just infuriates me. But I think maybe a member of the public can also develop some pressure and be involved in those situations. And definitely pharmaceutical companies should pay their share. We should all do it because we all benefit from it. And we need to look at the Oklahoma system too.
What's this?
Doctors don't benefit at all.
Oh, Oklahoma prescription drug monitoring program.
Monitor CW. It looked much less expensive and much more effective. So, I look at it.
We will get that information to the group at the Department of Justice that is actually working on this as we speak.
Great.
Okay, anyone else? All in favor of support if amended and adding back the amendment to require a contribution from the pharmaceutical manufacturers that do business in California to contribute to the funding of the upgrading of the cure system. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay.
All right, well, that concludes my legislative presentation.
Thank you very much.
The next item, 23B, is the regulations matrix. So I'm here if anyone has questions. And that's on 23B tab, BRD 23B-1. Just here to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Any questions? Any questions from members of the public?
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 24. Mr. Warden, Licensing Chief Report.
Okay. So, first off, I'd like to start by thanking the staff for continuing to do an excellent job this quarter, especially during the, considering the multiple things we've been doing for other projects, specifically Breeze and some other things where I have had a lot of staff out for those kind of projects. Even with that, we did a very successful year with our 2065, 2066 licensing this year, as you heard from Mr. Chunky. Licensing currently has the following vacant positions. I have one office technician who is now vacant just recently due to a promotion within the licensing unit. We have another 8/10 position at the front end. For that, the front end staff are the ones who prepare our application files for our physicians and surgeons for the analysts to review. I have a fictitious name permit office technician vacancy, and I have one U.S. Canadian physician surgeon application reviewer position that is vacant. And I have also, as far as other people that are semi what you would call vacant, or I have two staff members who are on extended medical leaves, one both in the U.S. physician surgeon application side and one for the international medical graduate application side. I have the following positions are in training. I have two SSAs for the IMG physician and surgeon application positions in training for full-time positions, and I have 6 permanent intermittent SSAs that are in training. I have a soon-to-be vacancies is my personal office technician just received a promotion in a different department, so he will be leaving at the end of the month, basically. And then our AGPA analyst who does our licensed midwife outpatient surgery and research psychoanalyst position is retiring and moving to Florida. So those positions are vacant at this time. As far as Breeze is an important project for us to make sure that it works right, so we've dedicated a lot of staff time to ensure that. That includes, I have 4 licensing managers, and at times 3 of them will be down at Breeze at one time. And I have 6 AGPAs, and a variety of those will be down at Breeze at any given time, and one of them is down there almost full-time. And that doesn't count the ISB staff who are helping the licensing staff make sure that is going as well as we can think of. So that concludes my report on the staffing section, if you have any questions. Okay, I'll move on to the program statistics, and if you turn to your packet on board packet, page numbers BRD 24B 1 through 9 are the statistics. The statistics basically speak for themselves, except I'd like to point out some of the more high-profile ones. On page 24B1, you'll notice that the our call information unit answered 23,400 calls in the fourth quarter and 92,611 calls for the fiscal year. The board received 1,552 physician surgeon applications in the fourth quarter and 6,697 applications for the fiscal year. The board completed 1,720 initial application reviews in the fourth quarter and 6,671 application reviews for the fiscal year. 1,438 physician licenses were issued in the fourth quarter, and 5,440 were issued for the fiscal year. There are approximately 28 pending applications at our senior review level for the fourth quarter. On page 24B-6 is the 5-year licensing history of the physician and surgeons, and the board issued 89 more licenses in this fiscal year than in fiscal year 11-12. And to give you a comparison, that was 752 more licenses that were issued than in fiscal year 08-09.
California remains an attractive place to practice medicine.
That's what it looks like.
Let's see, on page 24-7B is the 5-year history of the applications received. This year, we received 68 more applications than in fiscal year 11-12, and 590 more than in fiscal year 08-09. The strategic plan goal number 5, which is on page 24B8, as far as regarding the effectiveness of us meeting our goal of doing the initial application reviews within 45 days, we were maintained below that goal for the fourth quarter. We did have a few weeks where we had our initial review mail dates at a higher level than I would have liked, but we constantly are monitoring that. To give you an example of where we're at today, I just received by email, which I pulled off of my iPhone, this last week's latest stats for the week ending in July 13th. And the number of days to review a U.S. file for that week was 30 days out. For an IMG file, it was 37, and our pending mail dates were 8 days for each of those application types. A year ago, we were at 36 for the U.S., 31 for the IMGs, and 8 days for mail for U.S. and 7 for IMG. If there's any other questions, I'll move forward.
So I have a question. This is, I think, maybe the first year or maybe the second year that we haven't heard what the story was at the end of July 1st. Were all of our licensees licensed?
Not 100%.
I apologize. It's not your report. I'm sorry.
It was Mr. Chunky
I
sort of covered
apologize.
that.
I forgot. I wasn't listening.
I think there were 4, right, Kevin?
I apologize. I wasn't listening.
Yeah, we have 4 that we had we're having extended difficulties with. So for one reason or another, one of them just applied in July. So he was a late hire, so that's not really.
Yeah, you have to apply in order to get accepted. I understand that.
Diego. I just have a technical question. I was looking at the phone calls that your staff answered versus how many were abandoned, and I did the math, and it ranges between 9% and 7%. Do you know, is that like below national standard, or is it for the amount of phone calls that you guys get? Is that good? Is that bad? Where does that put us in?
I don't know if it's within national standards.
Or some type of benchmark? I mean, I think it would be good when we compare that. Instead of just comparing it to ourselves, we should compare it to some type of national benchmark. Maybe that would even be good in terms of like under 45 and kind of some type of average where the rest of the states are at, so that we can say, wow, we're really good because
Yeah, we can sort of research that for you, but we could also probably maybe get some statistics from other agencies, so to get that for you, which might be a little easier for me to actually obtain. So basically, we have 6 people who answer those calls. So.
Right. Well, I think 7% abandoned phone calls isn't bad, but when you look at 1,800 abandoned phone calls, you say, wow, that's a lot. But you know what, so put it into perspective. Maybe everybody else who gets that amount of volume of calls abandons 25%. I don't know, right?
I don't.
I don't know.
The consumers can leave a message, receive a call back, though, which some places can't do that.
So those statistics are not adjusted for messages left?
I believe we might, let me see if I have that. We do have a, I don't think the abandoned call, I think that people who abandoned the calls didn't leave a message.
Okay. So that is a true abandonment number, percentage. Dr. Yip?
These are all calls regarding physician licensing, or this any call?
This is the calls that come into our 800 center, and most of those will be for licensing or for complaints.
So it's not just licensing, right? Do you see an increase of requests through emails and all that?
Well, our staff gets a lot of emails who are handling the license files. Once applicants apply and they get their acknowledgement letter, they have the name of their analyst and the email address for that analyst. So as far as the people who are calling in, we do have multiple programs, and so, but the majority of them are about licensing. Some of them are about complaints, some of them about fictitious name permits, some of them about research dispensing opticians, research cycle analysts, registered dispensing optician program, and the polysomnographic program. So we have a wide variety of calls we answer, and then we have people who call us who are thinking we're the dental board or some other board.
So this abandonment number is of all calls received no matter what the topic?
It's the calls that come into our 800 call center.
Right.
I'm just wondering if on a website make it easy for people to actually submit the initial questions through the email, probably easy on the staff, like 1 hour
not
a day.
necessarily.
We actually have a webmaster account, so individuals can send in email rather than call in. So they have that opportunity, but you still see we get a lot of calls. The other thing, just from when the phone room, it'll close down at lunchtime, and we take them over in the executive unit, rollover calls basically that we get in. And for a lot of them, it's still to check their license, to check for a license. So it's kind of interesting, the calls that we get, even though we do have a website and we put it out there and it, verify your license and everything, we still get several calls that come in for individuals wanting to check the status of a license.
Yeah. The licensing staff themselves get a large volume of emails just from the applicants. So I myself get a large volume of emails. And so emails are, they're out there, our addresses are out there, and it is a significant workload, actually. So, but we're doing, in my opinion, very well for the staff I have. So. My staff does an excellent job in handling that. So,
I think we all agree that.
Before you go, I just want to make sure, are there any questions from members of the public about the information Mr. Warden's presented so far? Seeing none, go ahead, Mr. Warden.
Okay, so I will, the status, for the status of International Medical School program, those are on 24B2 and pages 24C1 through 9. B2 is the actual just raw numbers of some of our how many international medical schools we're looking at for various reasons under the either 1314.1A 1 or 1314.1A2 schools. So as you can see, We have a lot of pending schools at the moment, and so we have about 91 that were pending at the end of the quarter. And of those, we have, I believe it's, let's see, I lost my place. 8 who are self-assessment reports, which is what you heard earlier today, was one of the schools with a self-assessment report. And then we have the rest that are mostly, the rest are trying to get a recognition either where we're trying to determine whether they qualify for the A1 or the A2 version. And if they qualify for the A1 version, we recognize those in-house based on the statute of it being a school. It's for the primary purpose of teaching citizens within their country that's government-owned, state-owned, or bona fide nonprofit. We recognized 22 of those schools at the last quarter, so we did not recognize any of the A2 schools yet. We do have another A2 school self-assessment report application that's going to be forwarded to a licensing consultant for review since staff has completed its initial review of that. So that'll be a second school that'll be going to a licensing consultant, and we have a pending one that's with a licensing consultant that we're waiting for additional information on. So we have 3 of the A2 schools that are in consultant review at the moment. So. And so for the status of the free sponsored healthcare events, we did not have any during the fourth quarter. We did get notification of 2 potentially upcoming ones. The California Dental Association Foundation is going to hold one in December, and they also notified the Department of Consumer Affairs they intend to have some physicians there. But we have not received any applications from physicians for that. The RAM organization is planning one for next April, assuming that the Assembly Bill 512 gets passed to extend the program out to 2018. So if that gets passed, then we would still be able to do out-of-state physicians who meet the requirements that way. Otherwise, the physicians all have to be California licensed physicians. To date, we have only authorized one out-of-state physician to participate in the healthcare fair. And that concludes my report on the licensing chief.
Thank you very much. Any questions from members of the board? Any questions from members or comments from members of the public for Mr. Warden? Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. And we'll move on to agenda item 25, an update on the outpatient surgery setting task force that was appointed, I believe, in April. And Dr. Gnanadev and Dr. Salmonson are going to report to us. And who's going first? Dr. Gnanadev.
Thank you, Dr. Levine. I'll do first half, and Dr. Salmonson do the other half. Dr. Salmonson and I met on June 25 with the staff in Sacramento to discuss the outpatient surgery setting program. We had 3 main objectives for this meeting. First one was we wanted to review the board's website and the outpatient surgery setting database to determine if further edits needed to be made. Board staff walked us through several edits that had been completed and new changes that were in the process. Mr. Warden and Ms. Lowe will be providing the update at the end of our report. Some significant edits include having the inspection report and any subsequent corrective action plans available to the public, having an indicator that the facility is CMS approved, and ensuring information that wasn't required to be identified as such. As we went through the website, the board's website, we identified that the page regarding outpatient surgery settings need to be rewritten into a format that is more understandable or easy to navigate to the public. The current web page has a lot of information from board's laws to regulations, which is important, but is not easily understood by public that can be added as a site. Therefore, the staff is going to be rewriting this page to make it more user-friendly. The other recommendation from our task force meeting was to be able to do a geographical search of an outpatient surgery setting, basically searching for a setting by entering the city name. Staff will be working on this enhancement, but due to other priorities, this will not be done in the immediate future. And I will have Dr. Salmonson do the rest of the report. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. It was a very intense day, and after we did the website, we literally took the 4 accrediting agencies' guidelines because we, the board, have basically allowed, and rightly so, I think, these agencies to be our agents in terms of approval, or correction, accreditation. And we're really bound by Health and Safety Section 1248.15. And there are about 30 criteria or more. And we literally went through them line by line. And quite honestly, we didn't get yet the 4 agencies addressing each of them as yet. And I think that may still need to happen, but at this point, we came to the crux, in my opinion, of the difference between the 4 agencies. And it's the interpretation of one of the statements of 1248.15, which is basically credentialing. And what the statute says is members of the medical staff and other practitioners who are granted clinical privileges shall be professionally qualified and appropriately credentialed. And the word appropriately is the rub. That's what it says in statute. How that's interpreted by the different agencies is not the same. And I would say uniquely, and I have no financial interest in any of them, I don't own a surgery center, so let me just say I'm completely unbiased, but the American Association for Accreditation of Ambulatory Surgery Facilities, nicknamed or shortcut Quad A, as opposed to AAA, Joint Commission, or IMQ. Quad A interprets that statute and very specifically. Their statement is that they will only permit surgery by a licensee in one of their accredited facilities if that practitioner has that same privilege in an acute care hospital. The other accrediting agencies allow the owners of the surgery center to determine what is appropriate. So this is where I think we have to look at our legal staff and say, do we consider those equal and appropriate? Because that's the crux of the difference. One other difference. One of the other statements in law, not our interpretation, here are the legal words. Permit surgery only by a licensee who has admitting privileges at a local, accredited, or licensed acute care hospital. That's a requirement. It doesn't spell out the surgical privilege, but it says admitting. So there is a link that at the very least, unequivocally, you have to be on the staff of an acute care hospital. Then there are all the other transfer agreements between the surgery center and the hospital. They all pretty much share that. So this, to me, is subject to discussion, whether or not we would support the interpretation by Quad A. Now, perhaps I am not interpreting the other agencies equally, but to me they were a little more
Just clarification, are you representing yourself or yourself and Dr. Gananadev?
What our discussion was.
Yeah, we discussed, but we did not agree.
We didn't come to a
certain
conclusion.
things. Yes.
We did not come to a conclusion. But this was what we ferreted out, was the significant difference, that even though we didn't do a line-by-line spreadsheet, We've looked at the accrediting agencies, and that seemed to be the significant difference, was how this requirement was interpreted.
Well, I did go through and look line by line at this, and
Right.
there are lots more areas where there are differences.
Right.
So,
But that, we seem to feel that was the key. Some other differences?
well, I think there are a number of areas where, there are a lot of areas where all four do the same.
Exactly.
There are, for example, there are standards where IMQ is the only one who requires, for example, the physician must report within 15 days a transfer to a hospital or an emergency center.
Well, I'm going to get into the reporting thing too. Yes, we definitely have issues with the reporting requirements.
So you're just doing credentialing right
Credentialing,
now? Okay.
yes.